Chapter 1397. On the other side, in the Supercluster Alliance conference room. Sanctum Revival. What a terrifying power. The three universal civilizations are probably having a hard time right now. Compared to the heavy atmosphere of the three universal civilizations leaders, the Supercluster leaders were rather happy. As the rulers of the explored universe, the three universal civilizations were hostile to all existences that could shake their rule. The Supercluster Alliance, on the other hand, hoped that some factors that could affect the current situation would appear. Originally, Black Star had dragged the association to this point with a one-time Sanctum Revival. Now that the true effect of the Sanctum Revival was revealed, the Beyond Grade 8 association became countless times more troublesome. The more unhappy the three universal civilizations were, the happier the Supercluster Alliance would be. Black Star has obtained an independent political position from the three universal civilizations, and the treatment he receives is quite high. With Black Star's methods and the power of the association, the Galactic Society might form a stable three-pole structure in the future. We, the three universal civilizations, and the association will balance each other. This is good news for us. The Star Arc Civilization's leader pondered and said, "It should be a pseudo-three-pole structure. We're still a little lacking compared to the three universal civilizations. However, the association has the Sanctum Revival, and we have a lot of resources. If we cooperate more closely, we won't have to be afraid of the suppression of the three universal civilizations. The Galactic Society will no longer be under their control," someone corrected with a smile. One of the Moto 3 Kings said in a muffled voice, "It's too early to say this. The premise is that the three universal civilizations win this war. Otherwise, it's all empty talk." "That's true. We can't be happy too early with the enemy in front of us." Someone nodded in agreement. This time, the Star Arc Civilization's leader knocked on the table. "There are still about 11 years before the World Tree invades our territory. At that time, we'll see if we should evacuate from the explored universe. This time is enough for us to make preparations. Keep it a secret and don't let others know about our plan in advance." Hearing this, everyone nodded. The Supercluster Alliance had always been considering the possibility of using the war to migrate. This was a plan that had been decided long ago. During the Interception Circle War, they had secretly started to build secret stargates in their own civilizations to connect to the Supercluster civilizations at the border. Once they started to migrate, they could directly reach the migration point from their own territory. At the same time, under the excuse of taking refuge, most of the population had been gathered and managed. As long as the plan was activated, the migration would be highly efficient. In addition, a lot of resources had been secretly stored. Some shipyards directly under the Federation had been secretly producing long-distance starships during the Interception Circle War, preparing for the long-distance migration. Everything was being prepared. The Supercluster Alliance's plan was to start after the World Tree invaded their territory. At that time, they would observe the battle and decide whether to run or not. If the three universal civilizations are defeated, Black Star's group will definitely not die with them. They'll definitely evacuate. By then, we might have a chance to take over the Beyond Grade A Association, someone whispered softly. The Star Arc Civilization's leader rubbed his fingers and shook his head. You can't say that. If we migrate to another area, we will become the new rulers. An existence like the association will also become a threat to us. Therefore, if the three universal civilizations explode, it's best if we don't have any contact with the association. It's not bad to live our own lives." These words had the feeling of, let's split up and go our separate ways. You go back to your quicksand river, and I'll go back to my Gao Laojuan. Everyone present could not help but laugh. Although everyone was envious of the association's Beyond Grade, as in the Sanctum Revival channel, which was a powerful force to defend against foreign enemies, they knew that they would not have the chance to obtain these benefits. The Supercluster Alliance did not have the confidence of the three universal civilizations, and they were even more afraid of the Beyond Grade A Association taking over. After all, their strength was weaker than the three universal civilizations. If they entered a migration period without legal restrictions, the beyond grade, as who could continuously revive, would have the power to overthrow their regime. Therefore, if everyone had to evacuate one day, parting ways would make them feel more at ease. Speaking of which, Black Star is really a talent. He successfully played the three universal civilizations once. The current situation has a shadow behind it. In just a few decades, the beyond grade as have such strength, breaking the rigid situation. It's not easy. The Star Arc civilization's leader sighed softly. His tone was filled with admiration and fear. Although their relationship with Black Star often changed, from a personal point of view, the Star Arc civilization's leader and most of the supercluster leaders present mostly admired Black Star. Everyone had carefully read Black Star's files. If they had not witnessed everything with their own eyes, they would not have been able to imagine that a country bumpkin from surface civilization had only used 100 years or so to rise from the bottom all the way to the top stage. It was a pity that such a character was not born in their civilization. If not for the fact that planet Aquamarine was protected by the Black Star, they would have dissected this planet to see why there were three beyond grade as on this planet. Furthermore, they were not ordinary beyond grade as. What was the probability of this happening? The Star Arc civilization's leader changed into a comfortable position and sighed. I have no other hope for the association now. I just hope that they can sell us more revival slots. Speaking of which, there's no limit to the number of Sanctum revivals. Will Black Star lower the price for us? Everyone tilted their heads and fell in a deep thought. In the training base, the Calamity Grade Combat Training Ground. Energy surged and light flashed. 5 figures surrounded Hadavi, and all sorts of attacks smashed onto his body, exploding into light fragments that filled the sky. They could only leave faint marks on his tough body, but they were unable to break through his defense. The continuous sound of explosions was mixed with Hardaway's maniacal laughter. Ha! It's useless, useless, useless. Your attacks don't hurt at all. They're much worse than His Excellency Black Star's apostle weapons. It's impossible to break through my defense. Just listening to his confident tone, it seemed like he was extremely brave, fighting 1 against 5. However, upon closer inspection, the 5 Calamity Grades were beating Hardaway up like kicking a rubber ball. In the spectator stand in the sky, many Calamity Grades looked down at the shaking training ground with strange expressions. He can still be so arrogant after being beaten up. Looks like he's learned the essence of an army commander. This guy is indeed a Black Star Guard who has followed His Excellency Black Star for decades. His tankiness is definitely from the same lineage. Everyone chatted casually. The Black Star Corps had once harvested hundreds of beyond grade A seeds, so most of the spectators were members of the army. However, they were not only there to watch the show, but also to line up to beat Hardaway up. After decades of training by Han Shao, Hardaway's hardening Esper ability had been developed to an astonishing level. He was used to being beaten up by beyond grade A apostle weapons, and normal Calamity Grades were already like tickles to him. Even slightly weaker Calamity Grades would not be able to break through his defense. Therefore, Hardaway became the human punching bag of the training base. Many Calamity Grade students were willing to use him to test how far away they were from a beyond grade A. As long as they could beat Hardaway up, it would prove that they were half a step away from the Calamity Grade. The beating continued for quite a while before the 5 attackers stopped. Hadavi immediately got up from the ground and pretended to pat the non-existent dust off his body. He waved his finger at the 5 of them and snorted with an expression that was asking for a beating. That's it. I don't feel anything yet. Let's train some more. Try to make me want to die next time. Why do you always have to say such ambiguous words? A Calamity Grade wiped his sweat and could not help but complain. Is this the culture of your Black Star Corps? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Another person agreed. Sylvia, who was participating in the attack, was unhappy and said to her companions, "You can play around, but don't make fun of my dear army commander." Hearing this, Hardaway looked at her, patted his chest, and pretended to be disdainful. "You quit your job as the chief administrative official and have been training in seclusion for so long. Why haven't you improved much? I think you should stop training here. You definitely won't be able to become a beyond grade A. Hearing this, Sylvia turned around with a look of disdain. You have the cheek to say that? With your single ability, you'll be at the bottom of the beyond grade A. So what if I'm at the bottom? At least I have the ticket to eternal life. Hardaway looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Ever since the truth of the Sanctum revival was revealed, such words could no longer pierce his heart. In order to enjoy the Sanctum revival, he did not even play his favorite Wayne cards. Loggy had called him several times, but he had reluctantly rejected him. Speaking of which, the number of people playing cards had decreased by 99% recently. Only Loggy was still pulling people in, but the frequency had also decreased a lot. People would often see Loggy training in the Magic Training Ground. His training time had increased by 10 times compared to before, because of the low base. This was a rare sight that only appeared once in a decade. Many of the army officers who knew him were shocked and encouraged. They were all full of motivation. Even Loggy is working hard. Why do you have to be lazy? This time, a few more calamity grades jumped down from the sky and landed on the field. All right, let's stop chatting. We're still queuing up. It's our turn. Hardaway, do you want to take a break? Hardaway patted his chest and said casually, "What break? What's there to rest for? These people are useless. I'm thirsty. Come, fight me." I already said, don't be ambiguous. The group roared. Just as the group of calamity grades were sparring, in the psychic training room inside the training base, Phaidon, who was immersed in training, suddenly opened his eyes, and a stream of light flashed in his eyes. In that instant, he seemed to have broken through some invisible boundary. A tremor from the depths of his cells started from his brain and slowly spread throughout his body inch by inch. It was as if every cell was crying out in joy and desire. Then, the cells in his body slowly became restless. Like water that was being heated, the temperature kept rising and gradually boiling. This feeling, I'm going to level up. Fu Ding was overjoyed. He would not be wrong about the feeling of his life evolving. Different from his previous promotion, the feeling this time was dozens of times stronger, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. His psychic energy also surged out uncontrollably, sweeping back and forth in the room like a storm. At this moment, the soul swapper that he was carrying with him suddenly sensed something. It vibrated at a high frequency, and circles of faint black ripples spread out like ripples. When it touched the psychic power, it actually fused subtly. The psychic power that was originally as invisible and colorless as air seemed to have been drawn with a brush. Its edges were dyed black, and it showed a flowing trajectory. Before Fu Ding could be shocked, he realized that his psychic energy seemed to have entered an unknown area. Countless voices from his soul swarmed over. "Ah!" Fu Ding screamed in pain, feeling as if his head was about to explode. Amidst the pain, a piece of location information appeared in his mind. He realized that he had vaguely sensed an unknown existence, and a strong intuition was guiding him. The path to ascension was there. It was a pity that Han Xiao did not see it at this time. Otherwise, he would have most likely lamented that a treasure that had been covered in dust had reappeared. He was very familiar with this path, as expected of a child blessed by the heavens. Even the promotion mission was different. If they were there, he would definitely interview Fu Ding and ask him what it was like to be one of the 3,000 faces of the Goddess of Luck. Chapter 1398. You said that not only did you sense the opportunity to ascend, but the soul swapper also mutated, causing your psychic power to mutate. In the private workshop, Han Xiao turned around and looked at Fu Ding with a strange expression. That's right, I was also very surprised. My soul connection has increased by a level, and part of the soul swapper's characteristics have been added to my psychic power. Also, I vaguely sensed the existence of a secondary dimension, and my intuition guided me there. Fu Ding shook his head helplessly. What's with that helpless expression of yours? You think it's troublesome to have a fortuitous encounter? Is this what it means to be the pride of the heavens? Han Xiaoxin complained in his mind and pondered. Speaking of which, he had used Bold Explorer to look at the origin of the Soul Swapper before. It was not that rare, and it was a man-made product. However, it might have formed a connection with a certain secondary dimension when it mutated into a space wonder. He guessed that once a person qualified to ascend to the beyond Grade A realm, they would be able to activate this hidden benefit. The possibility was quite high. It was no wonder that the Soul Swapper was so eager for Fu Ding's favor. It turned out that it saw an opportunity to unlock its new position on Fu Ding. Han Xiaoxin injected Fu Ding with a needle while he was at it. The main reason Fu Ding came over to report was to receive his physical examination. After the needle was inserted, the combat information popped up on the interface. Han Xiao took a look and realized that Fu Ding had a new energy attribute that involved the soul. At the same time, he had two new talents. One was the new bonus from the Soul Swapper, which increased his psychic power and a series of attributes. The other talent was a question mark and was still in a gray frozen state. A person sitting at home and a talent coming from the sky. TSK, what kind of world is this? Han Xiao felt sour in his heart. He coughed dryly and said, "Since your intuition guided you to that secondary dimension, you should go and take a look. Is the guidance you received a direction or specific coordinates?" "Coordinates?" Fu Ding nodded in response. "Oh, that's convenient. We don't have to spend too much time on the road. However, most people have a sense of direction. Your coordinates should be the hidden information record of the Soul Swapper. Let me pack up and we'll set off." With that said, Han Xiao prepared to put away the technology in his hands and summon the vehicle. But at this moment, Fu Ding shook his head, expressing his refusal. "Black Star, I have a feeling that this is my personal training. If you follow me, I won't feel any danger. I'll go alone." Han Xiao paused and muttered to himself, "Since that's what you want, that's fine. I'll give you a set of kings, and you can bring another set of thrones. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, just ask me for help." Seeing that Fu Ding still wanted to say something, Han Xiao waved his hand and interrupted him. "You're my good friend. I can't let you take the risk without any backup. This is my bottom line." "All right then." Fu Ding smiled helplessly. Han Xiao took out the corresponding equipment and a small vehicle specially used for secondary dimensions, letting the mechanical assistant bring it to the departure point. After Fu Ding thanked him, he followed along. Watching Fu Ding's back disappear, Han Xiao looked away and shook his head lightly. To a calamity grade, the secondary dimension was still quite dangerous. Han Xiao was worried about Fu Ding's safety and originally wanted to accompany him. However, the other party wanted to clear the dungeon alone, which involved the opportunity to ascend to a beyond Grade A, so he respected Fu Ding's premonition. However, with Fu Ding's luck, no matter what danger he encountered, he would most likely be able to turn it into a blessing. If he added his luck black hole, there might be some twists and turns. It would be a good thing if he did not go. However, Han Xiao would not sit back and watch this baby of his be in danger. Just now, he had secretly placed an observer's mark on Fu Ding and was prepared to monitor the risk. After all, Fu Ding had the coordinates, and unlike Harrison, it would not take him much time. Han Xiao turned around and glanced at the research instrument that was analyzing the new technology. He temporarily froze the progress and stopped it. Every Beyond Grade A had their own training plan. Han Xiao had brought out more blueprints from the Sanctum this time. During this time, he mainly studied these technologies and refreshed his attributes. In the words of a mechanic, this was called optimizing the allocation of resources, piling up attribute points in places where they were more cost-effective. Many little drops made an ocean, and it could also increase his combat strength. After entering the first Sanctum this time, his authority had increased to level 9, and his memory capacity had increased again. Furthermore, the empty marks on the message board of the Sanctum had also decreased. However, the last few paragraphs of content were still empty. Last time, the valuable information of Information Form Stripping Plan had appeared in the fourth last paragraph. But this time, the last paragraph had attracted his attention. Han Xiao could not help but recall. The route of the previous iteration's plan should have been correct, but it failed due to some loopholes. We have decided to add a control valve to the iteration's device to reduce the cost of dealing with the rampaging of the iteration. However, I don't know what form the control valve will take after the iteration's mutation. During the days he left the sanctum, he had been pondering over this piece of information. It seemed like the previous iteration had agreed with the plan of the previous iteration and made improvements on the foundation. Generally speaking, civilizations facing the Great Reboot would not completely place their hopes on the route of their predecessors. After all, the failures of their predecessors had already shown that their respective plans were not good, and they could only provide some lessons. However, the previous iteration was actually willing to believe in the plan of the previous iteration. If not for the fact that this plan had some merit, the subsequent civilizations would not have made such a decision. In that case, this plan that had been improved for 2 iterations was very valuable, and Han Shao secretly took it to heart. I'll have to enter the first sanctum a few more times in the future. I wonder how high my authority will be to unlock these 2 latest messages. Han Shao calmed himself down, left the workshop, and returned to the office on the top floor. He first looked down at the combat training of the other Calamity grades before entering the vision of the Observer's Mark. At the private dock, mechanical assistants entered and exited the small carrier, quickly completing the debugging. Fu Ding sat in the pilot's seat, recalled for a moment, and entered the secondary dimension coordinates into the navigation device. He then started the shuttle engine and immediately felt the spaceship vibrate slightly, locking onto secondary dimension coordinates, warming up shuttle engine, activating internal space stabilization device. The artificial intelligence of the spaceship kept broadcasting, and a large number of navigation parameters appeared on the operation screen. Fu Ding set the autopilot, took out the soul swapper, and pressed it to his chest. He then took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. Not long after, the spaceship completed its pre-flight self-check, and the vibration suddenly disappeared. Fu Ding felt his body suddenly become heavy, as if he was pushed back into his seat by a strong force. The scene of the dock outside the window also shattered in an instant, turning into endless streams of light. The spaceship had officially entered the shuttle state. After an unknown period of time, the spaceship shook again and exited the shuttle state. The scene outside changed. This was a pitch-black space with no boundaries. An incalculably large gray nebula vortex slowly rotated outside the window, located above the spaceship. He looked up, but he could not see the full appearance of the vortex at all. He could not help but be shocked. At the center of the vortex, an enormous white beam of light shot out, extending out of sight. He did not know where the end was. At the same time, wisps of gray air constantly drifted in from all directions, attracted by the nebula vortex. They all merged into it like rivers flowing into the sea. This was the main material that made up this vortex. Before Fu Ding could exclaim, he discovered something strange. In this space, his mental strength seemed to have become more active, and the soul swapper was also vibrating slightly. He did not know what this meant. What is this place? Fu Ding looked around. There did not seem to be any signs of life around him. He released his psychic power, which was too active and difficult to control, and captured a gray air flow that passed by him to see what it was made of. After carefully investigating, Fu Ding's expression suddenly changed, revealing a look of shock. This is his soul? He suddenly turned his head and looked at the endless gray air flow, his eyes full of disbelief. This nebula vortex was actually made up of souls? At this time, Fu Ding suddenly thought of a piece of information and muttered to himself. In the imagination of some psychic ability users, when a living being dies, the soul seems to have completely dissipated, but in reality, there are still unobservable fragments left. Some of them turn into psychic undercurrents, while the other part drifts in the universe. There should be such places in this world that accept wandering soul fragments from the entire universe, filter them, crush them, and extract the remnant thoughts inside, condense them into a universal consciousness, and continue to sink into the bottom level of the subconsciousness dimension. Some psychic ability users call such places soul, terminal, spirit world temple, and ultimate ruins. However, No one has ever found a similar secondary dimension. Could it be that the legends are real? Fu Ding had a look of surprise. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was one of the legendary soul terminals. During the development of the Flickering World, Black Star had taken a group of officers to travel around, and Fu Ding had once been lucky enough to see a heart-sucking demon from the bottom level of the subconsciousness dimension. He had turned it into his own nutrients and strengthened his psychic power, so he had paid special attention to theories in this area. The three universal civilizations knew the coordinates of the bottom level of the subconsciousness dimension, but the endless heart-sucking demons were there, and they were extremely xenophobic. With the current technology, it was very difficult to build a stable outpost there. The heart-sucking demons fed on the subconsciousness of the universe, so the soul terminal was equivalent to their kitchen. The soul fragments here were all unprocessed ingredients. The soul swapper actually led me here. Could it be related to this dimension? Fu Ding thought to himself. The effect of the soul swapper had long exceeded its initial imagination. Perhaps it had mutated into a universal treasure because of the soul terminal, which was why the soul swapper had such a strange effect. After guessing for a while, Fu Ding carefully sensed the gray aura around him and smiled bitterly. These gray streams of air were the remnants of souls, and the center of the nebula vortex was constantly refining the remnants and serving them. The heart-sucking demon was a great tonic for the mind, but the side effects would take a lot of time to resolve. These soul fragments were even more impure. Although he could absorb the soul energy to refine his mental strength, most of his energy had to be used to resolve the side effects of schizophrenia and personality disorder. Furthermore, the small amount of energy contained in the soul fragments was almost undetectable to his mental strength. The conversion efficiency was extremely low, and the input far exceeded the output. As for the universe's subconsciousness after the refinement, soul energy had already been removed. Not only were the side effects even more violent, it was not beneficial to him at all. Speaking of which, this place is quite suitable for Hela. Her power of the dead can quickly purify soul energy. This might be her cultivation holy land, Fu Ding muttered to himself. Suddenly, he was stunned. He had almost forgotten that he had the soul swapper. If the target was only the soul fragments, the soul swapper should be able to separate the remnant thoughts and soul energy and refine them, right? Doesn't that mean that I can also absorb these countless soul fragments without any side effects? Fu Ding instantly understood and was overjoyed. Could this be the reason why the soul swapper led me here? If I cultivate here for a period of time, there's an 80% chance that I can advance. My intuition is not lying. This is indeed an opportunity to advance. Amazing. On the other side, Han Zhao's mouth twitched. He had mixed feelings. I thought that I was already very powerful with my cheat code. Who would have thought that you would be even more overboard? The fortuitous encounter from decades ago was actually linked to the current fortuitous encounter. The power of the advanced luck glow was terrifying. Compared to Harrison and Nero, who mainly relied on him, Han Xiao felt that Fu Ding's self-reliant luck glow was more impressive. Furthermore, not only did he obtain a fortuitous encounter, but his teammates also benefited. It was not in vain that he touched you first and treated you as the chief mascot. Chapter 1399. While Han Xiao was eating lemons, Fu Ding, who was in the soul terminal, had already started working. Fiden took out the soul swapper and activated his ability. Immediately, an invisible suction force was generated, and the soul residue in the surrounding area suddenly slowed down as they flew toward the nebula vortex. In the end, they changed directions and flew toward the starship he was on. The nebula vortex had a natural attraction force for soul residue. Fu Ding's actions were no different from snatching food from a tiger's mouth. However, this secondary dimension did not seem to have a dimensional consciousness, so no one cared about him. Streaks of soul residue were absorbed by the black, crystal-like surface of the soul swap instrument. The remaining thoughts were extracted and refined into pure, sparkling, and translucent soul energy. Fu Ding extracted the results of the soul swapper through the soul connection, wrapped it with his psychic energy, and digested it into his brain. He felt refreshed, and there were no side effects like the memories and emotional impact that he usually suffered when using psychic energy to explore other people's thoughts. He could clearly feel that his psychic energy was being cleansed, and the cells in his body were cheering. He could clearly feel that his body was gradually transforming. It was like an extremely thirsty person continuously drinking clear and sweet spring water. He was filled with a sense of satisfaction from head to toe. It gave him a feeling even more comfortable than spiritual intercourse, and he could not help but indulge in it. When his body and mind were closely connected to the soul swapper, the psychic power that reverberated around Fiden was stained with even more deep black. He obtained a new level of support from the soul swapper, and his characteristics were strengthened and became even more pure. This gave him a thrilling pleasure that made his soul tremble. Fu Ding could not help but let out a sigh of relief. It was as if he had entered a state of unconscious cultivation, and the cells in his body were gradually transitioning toward the beyond grade A level. With him as the center, a gray vortex that was countless times smaller formed, reflecting the enormous nebula vortex. The large and small vortex slowly rotated at the same speed in opposite directions. After confirming that Fu Ding was not in danger, Han Xiao did not disturb him and turned around to continue his unfinished research. Very soon, a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Han Xiao arrived at the training ground square early in the morning. Not long ago, Fu Ding had finally ended his month-long cultivation and had already broken through to the beyond grade A realm. Only then did he remember to send a message saying that he was coming back, so Han Xiao waited there. Black Star's figure was seen by a calamity grade student who happened to pass by. He could not help but stop and look over with a strange gaze, curious about who Black Star was waiting for. Not long after, there was a flash of light, and a shuttle appeared out of thin air, jumping from the secondary dimension world back to the main universe and landing in the square. The cabin door opened, and Fu Ding walked out. As soon as he saw Han Xiao, he showed a happy smile and strode forward to greet him. Compared to a month ago, his aura had undergone a huge change. Just his simple walk made the hearts of the curious calamity grade students tighten. They felt an instinctive sense of oppression. It was the pressure of a high-level life form. At this moment, the calamity grades present suddenly understood something and were shocked. They did not care that Han Xiao was right beside them and surrounded him. Fu Ding, you've already become a beyond grade A. I haven't seen you in the base during this time, and I was still curious about where you went. I didn't expect you to sublimate without a word. Not bad. Quick, share your experience. What kind of feeling is that? Fu Ding was surrounded by a large group of people and could only stop. He looked at Han Xiao across the crowd and revealed a helpless smile. His charm attribute was extremely high, and his personality was not one to offend people. Thus, he was quite popular. Even though he had become a beyond grade A, he did not have the mentality of being superior to others and did not push the crowd away. The calamity grades present were still calling their friends. Figures wrapped in streams of light jumped around the base, quickly approaching from afar. At the same time, several teleportation gates appeared beside them. A large group of calamity grades who had received the news rushed over and surrounded them. More and more people gathered, and the scene was as noisy as a market. Han Xiao, who was outside the crowd, coughed and suppressed everyone's voices. He smiled and said, Fu Ding has indeed advanced to the beyond grade A realm. He's the first student to successfully break through during the training. It's only been 2 to 3 months since the training began. This is a very good start. After receiving the exact information, everyone could not help but reveal envious expressions and congratulate Fu Ding. Sounds of congratulations immediately rang out from the crowd. Some of them were sincere, while others were jealous. Fu Ding sighed and explained with a gentle voice, Everyone, I managed to get through some lucky encounters. I'm afraid my experience is not applicable to everyone. There's no point in using it as a reference. Of course, which normal person would not be constipated when they advance to the beyond grade A realm? Meaning, even went into seclusion for close to 100 years at this step. Only a cheat like you can do it as easily as eating and drinking, Han Xiao secretly complained. This time, Fu Ding saw the looks of pity on everyone's faces. He thought for a moment and smiled. However, I can let everyone experience my strength after my advancement and replicate my senses during my ascension. As he spoke, he closed his eyes and opened his mouth. A melodious psychic song swept out and covered everyone present. The Calamity Grade students were instantly energized, and they instantly obtained the comprehension of Fu Ding's advancement. At the same time, they also realized that the beautiful psychic song that directly sounded in their souls had aroused their emotions, and they were subconsciously immersed in it. The next moment, a positive energy quickly surged from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone's hearts were instantly filled with the desire to train. They could not wait to go into seclusion and train hard. It was as if they had used stimulants, and they became quite energetic. Han Xiao purposely released his mental barrier and tested Fu Ding's psychic ability after his advancement. When he saw the combat information on the interface, he could not help but raise his brows. Fu Ding specialized in the psychic path. The fortuitous encounter of his advancement this time had caused his ability to undergo a considerable transformation. His psychic song had merged with the special characteristics of the Soul Swapper, and his psychic ability had increased tremendously. He could now more efficiently trigger the emotions and desires of living beings, achieving a strong hypnotic effect. Every time he triggered a different emotion, the target would enter the relevant state. At this moment, everyone was full of enthusiasm. Fu Ding had used his psychic song to trigger everyone's motivation, and what appeared in the status bar was the effect of increasing the efficiency of gaining experience. If it was used on others, it would increase the efficiency of their cultivation. Han Xiao instantly thought of the role Fu Ding could play. Although Fu Ding's current grade was not high, and he was not good at fighting head-on, he could bring a large range of buffs and debuffs to his teammates or enemies. This was more useful than his own combat ability. A powerful support is much more valuable than an ordinary beyond grade A super. Just this ability alone is enough to make him popular. He won't be at the bottom. Most importantly, he can increase the training efficiency of others without any side effects. With his help, we might be able to produce more beyond grade as various thoughts flashed through Han Zhao's mind, and he was overjoyed. This time, his gaze suddenly paused. He realized that in the crowd that was brimming with enthusiasm, there was an extremely eye-catching figure. His face was still gloomy, forming a stark contrast with the people around him. This figure was like a firefly in the dark night, so bright and outstanding. Who else could it be other than Lagi? Han Xiao was curious. Hey, Fu Ding, this move of yours doesn't seem to work on him. Hearing this, Fiden turned to look at Lagi and was taken aback. That's not right. This move of mine shouldn't be ineffective against Calamity Grades, right? As he spoke, Fu Ding once again released a psychic song to motivate Lagi. Lagi's spirit instantly rose. He was no longer hunched, and his posture was as straight as a javelin. His entire temperament changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with vigor. Isn't this effective? Before Fiden could finish his sentence, he saw that Lagi's state only lasted for a few seconds. Lagi's high-spirited aura suddenly leaked out like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original decadent state, and he switched back to his lifeless, dead fish mode. It was like the difference between breathing in and relaxing. What are you? Fu Ding opened his mouth and was a little confused. This kind of motivational state usually lasted for a few days, but how did it disappear in just a few seconds on Lagi? He did not give up and wanted to try again, but Lagi stopped him with reluctance written all over his face. Don't torture me. This is all futile. Sigh. Even if you become a beyond grade A, you won't be able to free me. Just let me rot in a corner quietly. Tisuke, what a familiar trash person. What beautiful Lagi words. Han Zhao's heart twitched as he listened. He sized Lagi up and made a bold guess. I think I understand. Your motivational ability is only similar to hypnosis after all. not brainwashing. It can't change the personality of others, so it's different when you trigger different emotions. Maybe Lagi is immune to this kind of mental stimulation? As he spoke, Han Xiao felt that he had guessed the truth. It was definitely because Lagi's values were too King firm. A short period of motivation would only be broken down in an instant. It was like drinking a mouthful of chicken soup and deciding to work hard the next day, but the next day, he would still be playing cards and sleeping. Fu Ding felt that it made sense and probed. Then, why don't I try to stimulate his dispirited emotions and see if your guess is right? Hearing this, Han Zhao's mouth twitched. Better not. He's already dispirited enough. If you make things worse for him, I'm afraid he'll kill himself on the spot. That's reasonable. Fu Ding was speechless. The Calamity grade students present had obtained the experience they wanted. Seeing that Han Xiao and Fu Ding still had something to say, they all tactfully left and went to train their abilities with full enthusiasm. Very soon, only the two of them were left in the square. With no one else around, Han Xiao walked in front of Fu Ding, patted him on the shoulder, and said with relief, "Congratulations. You've already left your name in the sanctum. As long as I'm still alive, death will stay away from you." Fu Ding smiled and said, "My fortuitous encounter this time came from the Soul Swapper, and if not for you, I wouldn't have obtained this universal treasure. Thank you. You don't have to be so polite with me." Han Xiao waved his hands and said, "Speaking of which, you don't have a nickname yet, right? I'll think of one for you. How about we call you Singer? How appropriate." Singer was Fu Ding's nickname in his previous life. Although his life experience this time was completely different, in Han Zhao's opinion, this nickname was still suitable for Fu Ding. "All right, then I'll call you a Singer." Fu Ding smiled, indicating that he accepted this nickname. He then retracted his smile and explained what he had experienced this time without leaving out anything. Although he guessed that Black Star might already know, he still told him. After hearing Fu Ding's explanation, Han Xiao smiled and nodded. "I understand. This is your own opportunity. Even if you become a beyond grade A, you can continue to use that place to quickly increase your strength. You have to grasp it well. Of course. By the way, the soul terminal is also beneficial to Hela. I can only digest the soul residue with the help of external objects, but Hela is born with this ability. Her growth speed there might be faster than mine. Ask her what she thinks. Anyway, the soul residue there is endless, and the part one could digest is not worth mentioning. It's hard for you to think of her. I think she'll be very happy." The more Han Xiao looked at Fu Ding, the more he admired him. Suppressing his impulse, Han Xiao coughed and said, "I'll inform her about the underworld now. I'll go inform Hela now. She's still training in the underworld. I'll need you to bring her there. After all, you're the one who found this place. Without your permission, I won't give the coordinates to anyone." With that, Han Xiao changed into the king and teleported away. Fu Ding watched Han Xiao leave and clenched his fists. An inexplicable emotion reverberated in his heart. He exhaled softly and muttered to himself, "You've protected me for hundreds of years. You've protected me for nearly 100 years. Now, it's finally my turn to help you." Chapter 1400. With a flash of light, Han Xiao had already arrived at the underworld dimension. As soon as he entered, he saw Hela fighting Aurora. In the pitch-black sky, two huge energy balls, one red and one gold, were closely attached to each other, like two conjoined suns. The scarlet power of the dead pressed forward, constantly squeezing the space of life energy like a bully bullying a cowering girl. In the center of the energy cluster floated a graceful figure. Hela's red hair danced under the surging energy, her expression indifferent and effortless. And in the golden light cluster on the other side, Aurora's blonde hair danced wildly. She clenched her fists and raised them in front of her. Her cheeks were red, and she was using all her strength to pump out life energy, struggling to resist Hela's oppression. An older sister bullying a younger sister. I can't pretend that I didn't see it. Do you need help? I can help you bully back. Han Xiao glanced at it, raised his eyebrows slightly, and shouted at Aurora. Hela turned to glance at him, paused, and suddenly retracted the power of the dead. The scarlet sun in the sky quickly shrank in the shape of a vortex until it disappeared, returning to her body. On the other side, Aurora suddenly lost the pressure, as if two people were pushing each other and one of them suddenly let go. The life energy that had lost its resistance spurted out involuntarily, and a golden tsunami suddenly appeared in the air. She hurriedly restrained the energy and slowly guided it back into her body. The golden sun quickly disappeared, leaving only Aurora's figure in the air, panting rapidly, as if she was about to collapse. Hela frowned, her sharp eyes staring at Aurora, and said in a deep voice, "Your control is still too weak. Rest for a while and continue training." With that said, Hela turned to look at Han Xiao and explained calmly, "We're not joking. The extreme pressure class can speed up the growth of her life energy, broaden her upper limit, and help improve her strength. This is one of the special training I designed for her." Han Xiao shrugged. He knew that this was training and was just joking. At this time, Aurora also changed back to her petite figure. She flew to the front of the two people. Her face was still flushed from exerting too much force. She looked a little shy and a little embarrassed. "The reason why I lost in the previous battle was because I wasn't strong enough. I feel that I can no longer be lazy and wait for my life energy to increase by itself. The speed is too slow, so I specially asked my sister to give me special training. Every bit of improvement counts." "Not bad, very hardworking." Han Xiao smiled and praised. He raised his hand and rubbed Aurora's small head. Her soft hair slid through his fingers and felt very smooth to the touch. Aurora enjoyed it very much. She even raised her head slightly and took the initiative to get closer to Han Xiao's palm. At this moment, Hela floated over with an expressionless face. She slapped away Han Xiao's hand and said, "Why are you looking for me? If there's nothing else, you can leave first. The special training is not over yet. Don't disturb us." Han Xiao rubbed the back of his hand that was red from the slap, and the mark quickly disappeared. He smiled and said, "I'm here to tell you a piece of good news. Fu Ding has already become a beyond grade A super." Hela's eyes moved, but she was not surprised. She nodded calmly. "It's indeed a good thing. Congratulate him on my behalf. However, to him, stepping into this level is only a matter of time. In addition, there's another surprise for you. Fu Ding found the legendary soul return to Void and Remnant Soul End. He knows that you can devour souls to strengthen yourself, so he asked me to ask if you're interested in taking a look." Hearing this, Hela's expression changed. Her eyes widened slightly, and she finally had some emotional reaction. She also knew the legend of the final destination of remnant souls. The power of the dead used souls as nourishment, and she also yearned for this legendary place. However, this was just a guess. There were no sightings of the final destination of remnant souls in history. If what Black Star said was true, then Phaidon should be the first to discover it. "Of course I'm interested. When are we going?" Almost without hesitation, Hela blurted out, instantly forgetting about Aurora's special training. "Let's go now. Fu Ding is already waiting for you at the training base. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up." Hela took the initiative to put on a set of King without hesitation and signaled Han Xiao to activate it with his mechanical force. Han Xiao laughed, put on the King, and activated his mechanical force. With a flash of lightning, the two of them disappeared without a trace. More than 10 minutes later, Fu Ding brought Han Xiao and Hela directly to the soul end. Looking at the endless soul remnants, Hela revealed a rare look of shock and surprise. For a moment, she forgot to speak and stared at the huge soul nebula vortex in a daze. "How is this place? Is it helpful to you?" Fu Ding asked. Hela came back to her senses and nodded decisively. There was an uncontrollable excitement in her tone. "These soul remnants are very beneficial to me. My intuition tells me that this is the best place for me to train. It's good that it's useful. Anyway, there's no one here. You can stay as long as you want." Fu Ding smiled. "Thanks." Hela patted Fu Ding's shoulder hard and habitually rubbed against him like Han Xiao did. Her eyes were fixed on the countless soul remnants, and there was a burning passion in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, she made a decision without hesitation. Before the world tree enters the mainland, I'll be staying here. No one can pull me away. Hela was rarely excited, but while she was happy, she vaguely felt that she had forgotten something. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Sis, what about my special training? I knew I forgot something. Hela's expression froze. She coughed and sent a telepathic message back. Ahem, things have changed. I won't be going back for a while. You could train by yourself first. This tone was more or less like a parent who had to coax a child when they were busy with serious matters. It gave off a feeling of go play by yourself. Humph, I'll train by myself then. Aurora angrily closed the telepathic message. I've been abandoned just like that? You promised to help me cultivate, but you ran away yourself. Stupid sister, I'm ignoring you. Hela did not care that the mental communication was cut off. She could not wait to get out of the spaceship, and her body floated in the outer space. Walala! The power of the dead gushed out, forming a scarlet tornado that swept up the surrounding soul dregs, crushing them and breaking them down, turning them into pure soul energy that was swallowed by the power of the dead to strengthen her Esper ability. Han Zhao's eyes flashed. With such a fortuitous encounter, Hela is also on the fast track to leveling up. I estimate that in 10 years, no, in less than 10 years, a new peak beyond grade A super will appear. When she reaches this level, her combat strength will be greatly enhanced. With her ability, as long as her strength grows, it won't be a problem for her to resist 2 or 3 peak beyond grade as of the World Tree. He stroked his chin as he watched this scene. He nodded and had high hopes for Hela. Hela and Fu Ding stayed in the Soul Terminal to cultivate. Han Xiao returned to the training base and continued to train everyone according to the original plan. He also studied the sanctums on his own and was immersed in learning. Fu Ding came back every few days to give the students in the training base an incentive buff. Everyone was immersed in training every day, and their sense of time became dull. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed in a frenzy of training. The battle at the front lines was still going on intensely, and the World Tree Army advanced unwaveringly under the harassment of the 3 universal civilizations' suicide squads. The forums had been flooded with relevant information for half a year, and countless players were enthusiastically exchanging all kinds of combat information. Han Xiao and the other beyond grade, as were training at the back and had withdrawn from the front lines, seizing the time to improve their strength in the calm before the storm. Because they were not in the eyes of the players the beyond grade, as did not have much to talk about in the past half a year. So they kept a low profile. The intensity of the war meant that there were many combat missions. Many players who acted as suicide squads at the front lines earn a lot, and batches of them reached the version limit of level 181 after another. A portion of the extra EXP was used to level up their skills, and a portion of it flowed to Han Xiao through spending in the Black Star Corps. Thanks to the high rewards of the Suicide Squad missions, the players earned EXP faster, which indirectly shortened the time it took for Han Xiao to accumulate EXP. In less than a year, Han Xiao had roughly gathered enough EXP to level up to level 360. His efficiency was higher than expected. After so many years, he finally had a chance to advance again. Han Xiao did not hesitate and chose an auspicious day to come to an uninhabited planet in the territory. He was prepared to invest all his EXP to level up and reach the threshold of a new promotion. Chapter 1401. A meteor tore through the dark universe and fell toward a dark brown planet, landing on a bare and steep mountain peak. The flowing flame-like sparks scattered, revealing Han Zhao's figure. He looked down at the endless dark brown land, then looked up at the brilliant and mysterious aurora in the sky and nodded. Let's level up here. Han Xiao focused, opened the interface, and poured all the experience he had painstakingly accumulated into leveling up. His level, which had not changed for a long time, finally shot up like a rocket again. The interface notifications kept popping up like water. Divine Throw Mechanic, leveled up to LV 41, plus 500 energy, plus 5 STR, plus 5 DX, plus 18 END, plus 25 INT. You have received 20 free attribute points and plus 1 awakening point. Divine Throw Mechanic, leveled up to LV 60 max, plus 2000 energy, plus 5 STR, plus 5 DX, plus 18 END, plus 25 INT. You have received 20 free attribute points and plus 1 awakening point. You have reached the upper limit of your main class. You have triggered class advancement mission, Divine Craftsman. Divine Craftsman, more than 10,000 blueprints and skills. You have built 100 different universal treasure mechanical equipment. You have reached level 360. You have triggered the promotion mission, God Slaying Trial. God Slaying Trial. Completely kill 5 beyond grade, as with God's trait transformation. Requires 1 from each of the 5 classes, Pugilist, Esper, Mechanic, Mage, and Psychic. Wow, so ruthless. Han Zhao's eyes moved, and he clicked his tongue. The difficulty of this mission was countless times more difficult than the previous promotion and class advancement. The difficulty was on a completely different level. Just the requirement of Divine Craftsman to build 100 different universal treasures was enough to stun a normal mechanic. Even Han Zhao himself was still some distance away from this number. Although the Sanctum had provided enough blueprints, he had not built all of them yet. In addition, there was also the God Slaying Trial, to kill 5 peak beyond grade, which was even more dangerous. Furthermore, there was the word complete in it. Han Zhao estimated that the World Tree and the Underworld Expert's shortcuts would not count. It was most likely that they would not die if they did not enter the Sanctum, so the targets would probably be chosen from normal people. Unfortunately, no matter how harsh the mission is, I have the completion card. Han Zhao had been hoarding some mission completion cards over the years in order to avoid this kind of advancement mission. Although these 2 missions were difficult, he would at most be surprised, but he wouldn't find it difficult at all. These 2 quests are too much of a scam. Fortunately, I can skip them. Han Zhao heaved a sigh of relief and solemnly used the mission completion card. The names of the 2 missions instantly turned into a golden completed symbol. He thought that it would be the same as before. Once he completed the advancement mission, he would be considered to have successfully advanced. However, the situation this time seemed to be different. A message popped up on the interface that surprised him. Level 360 promotion mission completed. You can choose to advance at any time. Note, this advancement is extremely risky. There is a 90% to 96% chance of failure. Once you fail, you will need to complete a new advancement mission before you can advance again. At the same time, there is a chance of unknown mutations during the advancement, which is life-threatening. It is recommended that you complete the following conditions before choosing to advance. During this advancement, your life form will be extremely unstable and prone to mutations. Possibilities include, but are not limited to, unlimited proliferation, gene collapse, cell independence, universe assimilation, and so on. Therefore, you will need to use certain special items to stabilize your life form. This condition will be triggered during the advancement. Advancement success rate plus 33. 3%. Malignant mutation rate minus 33. 3%. You will need some external help for this advancement. The strength of a single person will always be limited and one-sided. You will need 4 supers of different elements as assistants, and you must activate the God's trait transformation of the super system. The higher the level of the God's trait transformation, the better the assistance effect. This condition will be triggered during the advancement. Advancement success rate plus 33. 3%. Malignant mutation rate minus 33. 3%. You will need a Beyonder's vestige as a catalyst for this advancement. When supers who have completed the God's trait transformation attempt to break through to a higher level, they might die due to malignant mutations. The life essence, soul consciousness, and core energy that are emitted during the advancement will condense into the Beyonder's vestige, which cannot be observed by normal life forms. Only supers in this state will obtain the relevant perception. This condition will be triggered during the advancement. Advancement success rate plus 33. 3%. Malignant mutation rate minus 33. 3%. Note, if all the conditions are not met, even if the advancement is successful, the grade will not change. If all three conditions are triggered during the advancement, the apotheosis advancement will be activated. So it's actually this mode. Han Xiao finished reading the message on the interface, and his eyes flickered. Before today, he wasn't sure if the level 360 promotion would allow him to reach a new grade. Everything was just a guess. But now he finally confirmed that the promotion this time could indeed allow him to reach a new grade. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many changes. This made him a little excited. Han Xiaoxin's mind sank into his body and clearly sensed that every cell was in a critical state. As long as he was willing, he could activate his promotion at any time. However, looking at the warning on the interface, Han Xiao was also afraid that something would happen during his promotion. He looked down at the contents of the three conditions, which were all in a gray, not triggered state. He tried to use the mission completion card on these three conditions, but it did not complete like the promotion mission. The notification was that the mission completion card was ineffective on the target. As expected, it doesn't work. Looks like there's no way to cheat this time. Han Xiao frowned and then relaxed. He was not surprised. When he saw the three conditions, he had vaguely guessed that the mission completion card might be useless against them. The mission completion card was a special item used on the interface. It did not have a physical body, and its function was to skip the mission content to obtain the most basic reward on the interface. It would not actually change the external environment, nor would it create a physical object out of thin air. These three prerequisites required physical objects to assist in the promotion. The mission completion card could not create them, and these three prerequisites did not exist in the form of a mission. However, the mission completion card skipped the previous promotion mission, which had already saved him a lot of time. Furthermore, if the promotion failed and triggered a new promotion mission, he could still use the mission completion card to pass it without spending any effort. Of course, it was best to succeed in one go. Han Xiao naturally did not want to fail. Since there was no shortcut to breaking through a new grade, he could only focus on studying the three conditions in order to increase the safety of the promotion. Soon, he had some ideas. The first condition required some kind of special stabilizer. It was probably because the promotion this time would have a situation where life form would be reorganized and more intense than previous promotions. That was why it was extremely unstable. It was like melting a piece of steel and casting it into another shape. A mold was needed. Han Xiao had a few ideas about this. Special items in the information form could be used as such a mold, but there was a high chance that it would require a universal treasure. Ordinary information form devices might be ineffective. Another option was to obtain the support of some universal treasure with stabilizing characteristics. Han Xiao knew of a ready-made one. It was the ethereal country weapon with the indestructible characteristic. It should be able to achieve a similar effect. However, this thing is with Wernos, and it's a treasure of the arcane church. I wonder if they're willing to borrow it temporarily. Han Xiao shook his head. The second condition was that he needed the other 4-peak beyond grade as to assist him in his promotion. If he was in a civilization where individual strength was not developed enough, he would not even be able to gather enough people. However, the three universal civilizations should be considered prosperous in the universe, so they had enough experts to choose from. With his connections and the cohesion of the sanctum, it would not be difficult to find for assistance. This should be the simplest of the three conditions. However, the intention of cooperation revealed by this condition made Han Xiao sigh. Being able to grow to such a level all by himself seemed to be the limit. Leveling up was no longer a personal matter. If one wanted to become an even more powerful individual, they would need more external help. The development of a civilization would also affect whether or not an individual could improve further. In the vast universe, a person's strength was ultimately limited. Without external help, it would be difficult to continue moving forward at a certain point. Is there a limit to a single life form? Han Xiao shook his head. In addition, the requirement to gather the other 4 classes reminded Han Xiao of a saying that had been passed down in his previous life. The 5 super systems represented the 5 aspects of a true god. The pugilist class represented the divine body, the psychic class represented the divine soul, the mage class represented the divine right, the esper class represented the mystical power, and the mechanic class represented the divine artifact. This saying was widely circulated, but there was no actual evidence. However, looking at this condition, Han Xiao felt that this saying might not be completely false. At the very least, there was some connection. Could it be that the new level is really the combination of all 5 classes? This thought subconsciously flashed through Han Xiao's mind, but he quickly shook his head and denied it. He felt that he was thinking too much. The difference between the energy attributes of the 5 major systems was not likely to be broken. Even if he broke through to the level of a true god, he would probably only specialize in one aspect and would not be able to do everything. Compared to the other 4 classes, he felt that the mechanic class, which represented the divine artifact, seemed to be the special one. Basically, the history of the development of every civilization was the history of the evolution of tools. This represented the fire of wisdom and the budding of civilization. Knowing how to use tools was, to a certain extent, the biggest difference between an intelligent life form and a wild beast. For the so-called gods, it probably had a similar meaning. If the gods only used the power of the other 4 classes to fight, without the fancy clothes, it was actually not much different from fighting barehanded. At most, the moves would be different, and only magic and esper abilities would have some special effects. However, using the so-called divine artifact was equivalent to an ordinary person picking up a sword or a gun. The danger was completely different. It was like 2 max-leveled heroes. One was a blank slate, while the other had 6 godly equipment. Even if their skills were different, their strength was not on the same level at all. In the many Xinxiao myths that Han Xiao had read in his previous life, the status of magical equipment was extremely important. It even represented strength, especially in the primordial setting that he had read about. In his opinion, the divine artifact represented by the mechanic class was most likely such a concept. Otherwise, the advantage of late-stage mechanics would not be so obvious in front of the other 4 classes. Han Xiao calmed himself down and put away these thoughts. His expression turned serious. He had some ideas about the first 2 conditions, but the last one gave him a headache. The Beyonder's vestige came from a peak beyond grade A who had failed to break through to a new level and died. In the explored universe where the 3 universal civilizations were located, as far as he knew, the only beyond grade as who had similar experiences were the Life and Death Sisters. However, Onisilu said that the 2 sisters of the previous generation were pursuing the true meaning of death, so they took the initiative to die. Han Xiao did not know if that was an act of trying to break through to a new level. Even if it was true, the bodies of the 2 sisters of the previous generation had already been burned by Onisilu like firewood, and the 2 esper abilities that intercepted their information forms had also been inherited by Hela and Aurora. He did not know if this was the so-called Beyonder's vestige. Even if it was, how should he use it? Could it be that he had to extract their esper abilities? Wait a minute. If Hela and Aurora grew to this level in the future, wouldn't they have triggered the 3rd condition? TSK. Comparing yourself to others is infuriating. Han Zhao's eyelids twitched. He had once tried to use the mark of the underworld as a medium to use the sanctum to revive the 2 sisters of the previous generation, but he failed in the end. Maybe they were still alive, or maybe they had intercepted the information forms and integrated them with their esper abilities, so they lost the sanctum revival. Now, Han Xiao had another guess, which was that if a peak beyond grade A failed to break through and died, would they not be able to accept the sanctum revival? Perhaps the information form records in the sanctum had changed because of this, or perhaps the failed breakthrough had survived in another unknown way, such as this so-called Beyonder's vestige. No one had stepped into the higher levels, and everything was filled with mystery. Han Xiao could only guess blindly. However, the introduction said that only peak beyond grade, as in my current state, can sense the Beyonder's vestige. I'll go to the underworld to verify it later. If it's not, I'm afraid I'll have to search the entire universe. If the worst-case scenario, Han Zhao's eyes darkened. The worst-case scenario was that the so-called Beyonder's vestige did not exist in the current iteration, and no one died after failing to break through to a new level. If that was the case, he would have to think of another way. In any case, he had already decided to trigger all the conditions as much as possible. He had to overcome all difficulties. After all, the remarks indicated that as long as one condition was missing, it would only be a normal promotion, and he would not be able to break through. According to his understanding, this meant that he would not be able to obtain the bonuses of a new level. He would not be able to open the gap between a beyond grade A and a calamity grade. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. Han Xiao calmed himself down and exhaled. No matter what, let's test my perception of the Beyonder's vestige first. With that said, he calmed down and searched for the Beyonder's vestige through the throbbing of the critical state. Very soon, Han Xiao felt his consciousness fall into an indescribable mystery. There seemed to be layers of fog in front of his eyes, and blurry shadows flashed past in the fog. He could not see them clearly. After an unknown period of time, Han Xiao suddenly caught a flash of light. His eyes widened as he finally found this perception. The fog dissipated, and he suddenly saw the light. Originally, he thought that his perception would be barren and that he would not be able to sense much of the Beyonder's vestige. However, the moment he entered this field of vision, Han Xiao was shocked and knew that he was ridiculously wrong. Buzz! In an instant, dozens of sensing sources appeared in his perception, distributed in various directions. However, he only knew the direction and not the distance. They were all Beyonder's vestige. Han Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. A lot of thoughts flashed through his mind. Did this mean that in the entire universe, there were at least dozens of peak beyond grade as from unknown regions who had reached his level and died because of breaking through to a new level? Han Xiao had mixed feelings. The center of the story I knew in my previous life was the three universal civilizations, but it did not mean that this was the center of the universe. There is always someone stronger. In places that could not be seen, how many powerful civilizations were still thriving in the universe? And how many things were happening? No one in the explored universe had broken through to a new level. Was the vast, unexplored universe really the same? Was this iteration really only in the early stages? After a long time, he let out an inexplicable sigh. The universe is really big. Chapter 1402. Han Xiao sighed and calmed himself down. He shook his head to get rid of his unnecessary thoughts. No matter how vast the unexplored universe was and how many powerful unknown civilizations there were, it had nothing to do with him for the time being. The most important thing was to deal with the problem at hand. His focus was still on the war between the three universal civilizations and the world tree. As for the iteration problem, it was useless to think too much about it now. He could not deal with it for the time being. Although I can sense the existence of the Beyonder's vestige, I only know the direction. The distance is unknown. If that's the case, it's probably like finding a needle in a haystack. Han Xiao pondered. However, one's perception was dead, and one was alive. It was not impossible to calculate the distance. After all, the direction of one's perception could barely be seen as a straight line. As long as he kept changing his position, he could still vaguely calculate which one was closer through the deviation of the perception line. However, at the scale of the universe, he did not know how long he would have to move to deviate the direction of his perception. It would probably be measured in star systems and star clusters. Although this method would take some time, it was still an effective method. The only problem he had to worry about was that if the nearest Beyonder's vestige was not around the explored universe, it would be a pain in the ass. The journey would take an unknown amount of time. No matter what, At least we have a preliminary solution to the three conditions. Let's follow this plan first. Han Xiaoxin heaved a sigh of relief. The three conditions were difficult and easy. The second one was the easiest. He just needed to inform Wernos in advance and activate the face fruit. He did not know how long the third one would take. He decided to start with the first one and contact Wernos. Han Xiao immediately took out his communicator, found Wernos' private number, and called him. In the previous battle, the two of them had gotten to know each other. After the ceasefire, they had also exchanged private numbers. The phone rang twice, and the projection of Wernos appeared on the screen. He was wearing a solemn robe, as if his daily prayers had been interrupted. "Black Star, it's rare for you to contact me. Why are you looking for me?" Wernos asked, his tone emotionless. Han Xiao smiled, but did not get to the point immediately. He said, "It's been a while since we last met. I suddenly miss you." "Is that so?" Wernos' expression was calm and unmoved. He only looked at Han Xiao calmly and did not say anything. There was a subtext that said, "Are we that close?" Han Xiao rubbed his chin and said with great interest, "Speaking of which, I've been curious lately. As the strongest person in the direct line of descent, why didn't Ethereal let you participate in the interception circle battle? This is an internal secret. I can't tell you. If you're here to persuade me to join the battle, then forget it." Wernos' tone was calm. "Do you have anything else?" "Tisk, so mysterious. Could it be that Ethereal was worried that you would die in battle and lost their national weapon?" Han Xiao cursed inwardly. Seeing that Wernos' attitude was lukewarm, he did not continue to beat around the bush and raise the main goal this time. "I'm looking for you because I have something to discuss with you. I want to borrow the Ethereal national treasure." Hearing this, Wernos' eyes flashed. He did not immediately reject and asked, "What do you want to do with it?" "I want to try to break through to a new grade. I feel that the Ethereal national treasure will come in handy." Han Xiao did not hide this goal. "Oh, are you going to try to take this step?" As expected of the most talented super in history, Wernos' eyes lit up. He was not shocked, but happy. He sized up Han Xiao and revealed an inexplicable smile. He had always thought highly of Black Star and believed that Black Star was the person most likely to open a higher grade and break through the obstacle in his eyes. As long as a pioneer walked a path, the future generations would have a trace to follow. Regardless of success or failure, it would become an important reference for the future generations. Therefore, when he learned that Han Xiao was going to break through to a higher grade, Wernos was very happy. "From my personal point of view, I'm very happy to help you. Perhaps you can become a pioneer in the exploration of individual strength. I can also benefit from it. There's no reason to reject you," Wernos smiled. However, before Han Xiao could reply, he changed the topic and shook his head. "However, the Ethereal National Treasure is not my private property. If you want to borrow it, you have to ask for the permission of the Arcane Church. If they don't agree, I can't lend it to you privately." Hearing this, Han Xiao was not surprised and nodded. "Of course, I understand. Help me tell the upper echelons of Ethereal that the conditions can be discussed. By the way, I also need you to help me put in a few good words and try to convince the upper echelons of Ethereal." "Okay, I'll help you." Wernos nodded and did not refuse. Other than the upper echelons of Ethereal, no one could order someone like him to do things. However, seeing that Black Star was trying to break through to a new grade, he did not mind helping him. The two of them chatted for a while more before Han Xiao hung up and heaved a sigh of relief. The results of the initial contact were all right, and Wernos had no objections. Then, he only needed to settle the upper echelons of the Arcane Church. Of course, the upper echelons of Ethereal would definitely not give in so easily. He had to take out some chips that they cared about. Next, he just had to wait for Ethereal to come to him for negotiations. On the other side, in the Arcane Church, Temple of 10,000 Gods. After Wernos received Han Zhao's call, he quickly contacted the Ethereal Pope and was very concerned about this matter. With his identity, he could talk to the Ethereal Pope directly. Soon, the projection of the Ethereal Pope appeared on the screen. "High Priest, what's the matter?" The Ethereal Pope was a little surprised. Wernos almost never took the initiative to look for him. Usually, he was the one who called to issue orders. He was a little surprised to suddenly receive a call. Wernos had no intention of chatting and went straight to the point. Black Star came to me just now and wants to borrow the ethereal national treasure. I came to discuss it with you. The ethereal Pope was stunned for a moment. He looked at Wernos in surprise and almost could not believe his ears. Lend the national treasure to an outsider? Do you know what you're talking about? Black Star said that the conditions are negotiable. Wernos' tone was calm. The ethereal Pope suppressed his emotions and asked with a frown, "Why does he want to borrow the national treasure?" Black Star said that he wants to borrow the power of the national treasure to try to break through to a new level of individual strength. A new level? You mean above beyond grade A? Hearing this, the ethereal Pope was shocked. This was big news. As the leader of the current beyond grade, if Black Star successfully opened up a new level of individual strength, it would have an unknown and far-reaching impact on the internal structure in the World Tree War. In fact, because of Black Star's record-breaking growth speed, the three universal civilizations were all mentally prepared for Black Star to break through to a higher level, but they did not expect it to happen so quickly. After all, although Black Star was strong, he had only stepped into the beyond grade A realm for a few decades. He was too young under the lifespan of a beyond grade A, only at the stage of an infant to a teenager. You want to help him? The ethereal Pope's tone sank. He had to ask for Wernos' opinion before borrowing the national treasure. Since he had come to help Black Star pass the message, he had most likely agreed. This made the ethereal Pope a little unhappy. Wernos looked straight ahead and said calmly, "Why not? Wouldn't it be advantageous for our side to have an exceptional expert?" "That's true, but you know the significance of the national treasure and the threat level of Black Star." The ethereal Pope paused. Although he did not finish his sentence, the meaning was clear enough. Due to the exposure of the truth of the Sanctum revival, the three universal civilizations' fear of Han, Shao, increased further. Although they did not want to fight internally, they did not want to see Black Star continue to become stronger, especially at an unprecedented new level. No one knew what level of strength this level was. Furthermore, he had more concerns. During the exploration era, after the first primordial one successfully broke through, the other beyond grade has popped up one after another. No one knew if Black Star would affect the other beyond grade, as when he stepped into a higher level, the importance of individual strength would increase further. Wernos did not mind and said slowly, "Based on my experience, it's not so easy to break through to a new level. Black Star is still in the experimental stage. If he doesn't fail a few times, it's basically impossible for him to succeed. It's still unknown if the national treasure can be used. The chances of his promotion failing are very high." The ethereal Pope narrowed his eyes and did not say anything. Seeing this, Wernos paused and continued. "Therefore, I feel that lending the national treasure might not give Black Star any benefits, but we will definitely be able to gain benefits from him." "Then what do you think we should ask for?" The ethereal Pope asked. "I mean to ask for the 10,000 deity scepter to be unsealed. It has been sealed for too long. It's not impossible." Hearing this, the ethereal Pope narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. The 10,000 deity scepter had been frozen by Han Shao with the space-time amber a long time ago. It was originally taken away by the Radiant Federation and was returned in a joint operation. However, the research department of the Arcane Church was also unable to unseal it and could only look at it, but not use it. Currently, only Black Star could unlock it. Releasing this universal treasure was still somewhat tempting. This was a powerful weapon that could kill individuals. It was useful both internally and externally. At this moment, Wernos struck while the iron was hot and said slowly, "I know you're worried about accidents, but the national treasure has already fused with me. Even if Black Star has other thoughts, he won't be able to do anything. The risk is very low. Furthermore, in the current situation, the chances of Black Star turning against us are very small." As the face of Ethereal, he had a lot of authority, but he rarely gave advice and usually did not care about matters. However, at this moment, he took the initiative to speak up for Han Shao. He really wanted to facilitate the cooperation between the two sides and observe Black Star's method of breaking through to a new grade as a reference. Wernos was quite curious. He had no clue for so many years. So why did Black Star feel that the ethereal national treasure could help a break through to a new grade? He had owned the national treasure for so many years, but he had never discovered such an effect. Could it be that the ethereal national treasure had some function that he did not understand? In the underworld dimension, a light flashed, and Han Xiao teleported here. At this moment, the two sisters were not here. Hela was cultivating in the soul terminal. At first, Aurora was still stubborn and focused on her cultivation. Later on, she could not help but go to the soul terminal together, letting Hela cultivate while supervising her special training. Therefore, of the 4 beyond grade A officers of the army, 3 were in the soul terminal. Only Lothair stayed outside to train Carrot. Han Xiao activated the Beyonder's Vestige vision and quickly glanced at the underworld. There's no Beyonder's Vestige here. Looks like I'm overthinking. I'll check with Hela and the others later. Han Xiao shook his head and sighed. He did not have much hope. After he finished chatting with Wernos, he immediately came here to look for clues. He planned to start with the people around him. If the people around him did not have the Beyonder's Vestige, he would calculate the location. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the communicator rang again. It was a call from Wernos. You're calling back so quickly? How many minutes has it been? Han Xiao raised his brows and picked up the call. Wernos appeared on the screen and said, Black Star, the Arcane Church wishes to make a deal with you. I can lend you the national weapon once, but you have to undo the seal on the 10,000 deity scepter. At the same time, the next 3 sanctum revivals will be free. Whoa, 3 times for free is too much. I'm only borrowing the national weapon once. This price is too high. I think unsealing the 10,000 deity scepter is enough. Han Xiao actually did not mind the sanctum revivals being free a few times, but since it was a negotiation, he naturally had to fight for it. Ethereal's request for the 10,000 deity scepter was one of the few possibilities he had thought of. Because of the war and other factors, he had already planned to unseal it, so it was perfect to use it as a bargaining chip. The two of them negotiated for a while and quickly reached a consensus. The price was set at unsealing the 10,000 deity scepter and a 30% discount for the next 3 sanctum revivals. Then it's settled. Let me know when you need to borrow the national weapon. All right, other than that, I might need your help. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Okay. After saying that, Wernos hung up the communication, swift and decisive. Han Xiao put down the communicator thoughtfully. This guy is really efficient. He's also very passionate about higher levels, but he's actually so enthusiastic about helping me break through to a new level. Could it be that he wants me to be a lab rat? No matter what he thinks, as long as he confirms that the ethereal national weapon can be used as a stabilizer, the first request will be resolved. This is a good sign. Han Xiao revealed a relaxed smile. Fortunately, he had the 10,000 deity scepter as a bargaining chip and had not used it. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy. Chapter 1403. Super Godly Mechanic is out on a business trip. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1404. After finalizing the conditions for lending the ethereal national treasure, Han Xiao spent a lot of time calculating the distance of the various Beyonder's Vestige sensing sources. The results shocked him. He originally thought that all the Beyonder's Vestige might be in the unexplored area of the universe because it was too far away, so he could only calculate a vague distance. However, he did not expect one of the sensing sources to successfully locate it. It was very close in the ancient star desert. This surprised him. What he was most afraid of was that all the Beyonder's Vestige were too far away. Who knew how much time it would take? He was prepared for a long voyage, but he did not expect a pleasant surprise. This way, it would be much easier to fulfill this promotion condition. However, apart from being happy, Han Xiao was also very curious about which brother in the Galactic Society had left behind this legacy. After obtaining the location data, Han Xiao did not delay and immediately set off for the ancient star desert to find the target. In a desolate universe belt in the ancient star desert, this was a space area without any celestial bodies. A dazzling starlight suddenly lit up in the distance. A hyperdrive stream of light shot over from afar and stopped in this area, revealing Han Xiao in his mechanical suit. The location is around here. Speaking of which, there doesn't seem to be anything special here. Is there really no problem with the sensing? Han Xiao muttered to himself as he observed his surroundings. He felt that this area was ordinary, and there was nothing worth paying attention to. A normal beyond grade A's perception did not detect anything abnormal. He calmed himself down and activated the Beyonder's vestige. The normal environment around him suddenly changed. A white gauze-like fog appeared out of thin air and slowly changed its shape. It floated and moved slowly, looking very inconspicuous. This is the Beyonder's vestige. Han Xiao was surprised. If not for the fact that his senses were pointing at this fog, he would have thought that he had recognized it wrongly. The appearance of the Beyonder's vestige was very different from what he had imagined. He had thought that it would be more gorgeous. He squinted his eyes and took a closer look. Suddenly, his eyes flickered as he realized that the mist was composed of a very peculiar particle. He had mastered so many techniques, but he had never seen such a particle before. He felt a strange sense of harmony from it, which made him think of the word perfect. It said that the Beyonder's vestige condenses the life essence, soul consciousness, and core energy of the deceased when they advanced. It's equivalent to transforming everything about this super into this particle and preserving it in this form. Then, this particle form might be the key to a higher level. Han Xiao muttered to himself. As a researcher, he did not immediately touch this Beyonder's vestige. Instead, he first recorded this particle form and stored it in an encrypted database. If anything happened on this trip, he could still study it himself in the future. After doing this, Han Xiao calmed down and let out a long breath. Done. Let me see what's so special about the Beyonder's vestige. As he spoke, Han Xiao extended his hand and tried to touch the target. However, his hand passed through it, as if this ball of light was just a mirage, just an illusion. He raised his brows and tried to use his energy to guide it, but it was still ineffective. This Beyonder's vestige was still unaffected and continued to float on its own. With an experimental attitude, Han Xiao tried all sorts of methods, but the results were the same. Even Bold Explorer did not work. Only then did he finally confirm that there was no way to capture the Beyonder's vestige using normal methods. It seems like even if the external environment changes, the Beyonder's vestige will not be affected. Only living beings in a critical state like me can come into contact with it. Han Xiao found the experience of activating his sensory vision and felt the rhythm of his cells in a critical state. It was quite similar to the feeling of meditation, and his mind kept sinking into the deep sea of consciousness. After a while, Han Xiao suddenly felt a change. It was as if a ripple had bloomed in his body and reverberated throughout his body, bringing about an electric shock at the cell level, forming some kind of resonance. Han Xiao opened his eyes and touched the Beyonder's vestige again. This time, he finally touched the real thing. He felt as if his palm had stabbed into the core of a star, and it was extremely hot. This Beyonder's vestige finally reacted. The light fog wrapped around Han Xiao's arm and climbed up bit by bit. A suction force came from inside, as if it wanted to slowly swallow him. If it was cold and indifferent just now, it was now enthusiastically wrapped around him, not wanting Han Xiao to leave its body. Just as Han Xiao was experiencing this feeling, the Beyonder's vestige seemed to have been stimulated. It suddenly shrank and exploded. A dazzling light instantly gushed out and enveloped Han Xiao. His vision instantly turned into a white world, and he could not see anything else. What's this? Han Xiao suddenly lost his sense of position and immediately tried to retreat. However, he realized that no matter how he moved, he could not walk out of this white world. The white light around him extended endlessly as if there was no end to it. Have I been brought to an alternate dimension? Han Xiao was secretly shocked. His mechanical force activated the king mechanical suit stored in his body and prepared to teleport. However, at this moment, a spiritual body covered in blue light suddenly appeared from the void and floated not far in front of Han Xiao. There was only an outline, and the details of its appearance were covered by the dazzling blue light. It was impossible to see its appearance. What followed was a sigh filled with vicissitudes. It's finally here. There's a living person? Han Xiao was shocked. His eyes narrowed as he stared at this dark, blue, spiritual entity. He was shocked. Just as he was about to ask about this person's identity, a terrifying mental attack suddenly broke through his mental barrier and rushed into his brain. At this moment, an intense pain erupted from his brain, shaking the depths of his soul. Han Xiao held his head and clenched his teeth. He felt as if his brain had been thrown into a blender. He hurriedly opened the interface and saw that his health was decreasing at an unbelievable speed, and it was still accelerating. The damage notifications popped up like a stream and entered Han Xiao's eyes. He immediately understood the situation. The Beyonder's vestige was not so easy to obtain. If he wanted to absorb it into his body, he would have to bear an extremely high burden. While obtaining the inheritance of others, he would also have to accept their debt. According to the different causes of death of the owner of the Beyonder's vestige, the type of burden was also different. It was equivalent to the successor having to undergo a test and undergo a weakened version of the malignant mutation. It was the same type of crisis as the owner of the Beyonder's vestige when he advanced. The owner of this Beyonder's vestige had died during his advancement due to the assimilation of the universe. These remaining soul consciousnesses had already half-merged with the universal consciousness, so it brought about a strong mental burden. The mental attack that contained the universal consciousness was more powerful than any beyond grade a mental attack Han Xiao had ever experienced. His health dropped rapidly. At this moment, the spiritual body finally spoke again. Since the impact has already begun, there's no way to stop it. Either you succeed or you die. Han Xiao used all his strength to activate his recovery ability. Enduring the pain, he forced himself to focus and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm just a product of the remaining soul consciousnesses. I'm no longer me. I only have incomplete memories and personalities left, as well as the obsession that supports my existence," the spiritual body said calmly. "You're the predecessor of this Beyonder's vestige?" Han Xiao's eyes twitched. He thought that the original owner had completely disappeared, but he did not expect there to still be a remnant consciousness. Could it be that the other Beyonder's vestiges were the same? At this moment, the spiritual body shook his head and said, "I died when I was trying to break through to a higher level, but for some reason, I did not completely disappear. I actually continued to exist in this form." So this is called the Beyonder's vestige. He did not have an interface like Han Xiao, so he did not know the reason. He could not explain what had happened to him, nor did he understand the secrets of the Beyonder's vestige. "What's your name?" Han Xiao could not help but ask. He was still curious about which beyond grade this person was in history. "Tertius," the spiritual body replied. Han Xiao quickly thought about it and realized that there was no such person in history. "Which era are you from? The exploration era or the galaxy calendar?" "Beyond grade A?" Tertius was confused. "What's that?" Han Xiao was stunned for a moment before realizing something. "Have you heard of the 3 universal civilizations? The Red Empire, the Radiant Federation, and the Arcane Church?" Tertius shook his head. "I'm from planet Kree, a universe wanderer. I've never heard of the 3 universal civilizations." Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. If this part of his memory was not incomplete, then this guy was not a beyond grade A from the explored universe, but a guest from the unexplored universe. The reason why he appeared here was probably because the Beyonder's vestige slowly floated over after his death. However, at this moment, Tertius suddenly paused and said thoughtfully, "Wait, I seem to have some impression of the West Salin civilization you're talking about. I think I've passed by such a star system civilization before." Hearing this, Han Xiao could not help but be shocked. West Salin was the real name of the Radiant Federation. If what this guy said was true, then he might have guessed wrongly. This guy did not float over after his death, but an extremely ancient existence. He had already been to this area before the rise of the Radiant Federation. Han Zhao's heart sank slightly. After receiving the Beyonder's vestige, he had vaguely guessed that this might not be the early iteration, and Tertius' background seemed to prove this guess. At this time, the mental attack passed its peak and finally subsided. Han Zhao immediately felt much better. Although it was very dangerous, he could still withstand it with his tankiness. Han Zhao relaxed a lot. Just as he was about to ask Tertius for more details, he suddenly realized that Tertius' figure had become blurry. Tertius seemed to have expected this and took the initiative to explain calmly. I was assimilated into the universe and assimilated into it. I died due to the assimilation of the universe. If you can withstand the burden, everything that I left behind will be yours. When you succeed, it will be the day that my remnant consciousness perishes. I died a long time ago. This is also a relief for me. The stairs to a higher level often need the corpses of predecessors. Don't mind it. Tertius was rather open-minded. Hearing this, Han Zhao's expression was a little strange. To him, Tertius was just a stranger who had suddenly popped out. They did not have any friendship, so he naturally would not have any emotions. He only felt that this encounter was a little unexpected. He still had many things to ask this guy in front of him. Furthermore, he suspected that if he absorbed the Beyonder's vestige, this remnant consciousness would really disappear. After all, he had to be wary of others. Han Zhao did not completely believe what the other party said. Chapter 1405. Just as he was about to say something, Han Zhao suddenly realized that there was an additional set of coordinates in his mind. It was a mental message from Tertius. Han Zhao looked at Tertius in confusion. What coordinates did you give me? Tertius shook his head, sighed softly, and slowly said, That's right. My hometown is my remaining obsession. Although I was born on planet Kree, I left a long time ago. When I was young, I surpassed all my predecessors, broke all records, and became the strongest person in the entire civilization. However, my civilization could no longer provide me with any help. In order to pursue a higher level of individual strength, I traveled into the galaxy alone for countless years. In my hometown, no one is my match. I'm trying to find someone with the same level as me in the entire universe. I want to learn by analogy and exchange experiences. In my wandering life in the universe, I spent most of my time in the desolate starry sky. I rarely met people, but I also saw strong and weak civilizations. Only when I met powerful supers would I appear. At other times, I would not interfere with the normal development of these civilizations. At that time, I only had the path ahead in my eyes. I wanted to become stronger and stronger. Until the day I died, I did not return to my hometown even once. I have been dead for countless years and have been trapped here. I have no perception of the outside world and have long accepted reality. However, the only thing I can't let go of is my hometown. I have nothing to do here. The only thing I can comfort myself with is the incomplete memories of the past. It is just that my firm pursuit of a higher level and the miraculous experiences of wandering the universe have faded, and my life in my hometown, when I was a child, has become more and more profound. Back then, I could have chosen to stay and help build my hometown, but I was unwilling to do so. I wandered for a higher pursuit, but now I miss my hometown more and more. So many years have passed, and I don't know how my hometown is doing now. You inherited my Beyonder's vestige. If it's convenient for you, I request that you go over and help me take a look. The coordinates I gave you are the location of planet Kree. I hope you can help me take care of them on my account. After hearing his explanation, Han Zhao could not help but raise his eyebrows with a strange expression. Don't you know that it's best not to come into contact with unfamiliar civilizations? You don't know my background, yet you gave me the coordinates of your hometown. Aren't you afraid that I'll bring people to invade? Tertius smiled faintly. You're the only one who came in after so many years. I'm about to die, so who else can I give it to but you? If it's risky, then it's risky. There's no such thing as a sure thing in this world. Otherwise, I wouldn't have risked my life to try and break through to a higher level, which ultimately led to my death. Also, I don't think you're an invader. Coming to a conclusion after only seeing me once is too hasty. Han Xiao shook his head and said, I can help you take a look, but I won't promise you anything. Besides, I don't think a powerful universal civilization needs my help. You misunderstood. My civilization is not particularly developed. Terseus sighed. You were able to withstand the impact of the universe's assimilation. I can sense your strength. On the other hand, I believe you also feel that I'm very powerful. But in fact, when I left my hometown, I was far from this powerful. Back then, it was very difficult for me to destroy a planet. My strength was obtained through constant breakthroughs while I was wandering. The experience I accumulated should have been brought back to my hometown to give birth to more powerhouses. Unfortunately, I died, and these plans were foiled. Hearing this, Han Xiaoxin quickly calculated. From the sounds of it, when Terseus first started wandering, his strength should have been between a high-level calamity grade and an ordinary beyond grade A. The latter was more likely. During his long and lonely journey, he rose to the peak of the beyond grade A realm step by step and felt the existence of a higher level. He had reached this step without any experience or reference, which was equivalent to the pioneer of the path. From the looks of it, Terseus is also a talented person, probably not inferior to me, not inferior to all the genius supers in the history of the three universal civilizations. If what the other party said was true, then the other party's civilization should be like a remote village, not as strong as he had imagined. It was just that they had produced a genius, just like how the Blue Star had produced him. If Terseus returned to his hometown with his experience and comprehension, there might be another civilization with developed individual strength in the universe. Thinking about it this way, the supers who were born in the three universal civilizations were lucky. There were many strong people here, and there were many opponents to spar with. For a small civilization like Terseus, if he wanted to pursue his opponent, he could only go far away and be a lonely Tao seeker. Just as he was thinking, the interface suddenly rang. You have triggered the mission, Shadow of the Past. Mission Introduction. In order to explore the path ahead, Terseus wandered the universe alone and never returned to his hometown. He hopes that you will go and take a look. Mission requirements. Reach planet Kree. Reward. 200 billion EXP. 1 character summon card. A mission. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. He did not know if Terseus was so open-minded and sincere because of his nature, or because he felt relieved and wanted to settle his affairs, or because he had special feelings for his successor. At this moment, Terseus' figure was getting fainter and fainter, almost disappearing. He did not mind and only smiled. Looks like my time is almost up. After so many years of loneliness, I'm satisfied to have someone to talk to at the end of my journey. Han Xiao looked at him silently and muttered to himself. Although it was an accident, the first and last time they met. Originally, Terseus' wandering knowledge was a precious channel to understand more about the unknown civilization, but there was no time. However, at this moment, Terseus seemed to have thought of something and said softly, By the way, let me give you a piece of advice. If one day you encounter a civilization called the World Tree, it's best to run as far away as possible. Han Xiao was stunned, and his expression changed slightly. However, before he could ask for more details, Terseus' figure completely disappeared, leaving behind only a faint sigh. I didn't leave anything for the civilization in my life. What a failure! As soon as he said that, the blue figure in front of Han Xiao turned into light particles and disappeared. At the same time, the mental load that was getting weaker and weaker finally stopped. The white alternate space in front of him suddenly collapsed. Han Xiao was in a daze and realized that his vision had returned to the main material universe. He was still where he was and had not moved at all. This Beyonder's vestige had already merged into his body and was entrenched alone, but it did not have any further reaction with him. Although he had obtained the Beyonder's vestige, Han Xiao was not very excited. You're only halfway through your sentence. You should have said it earlier if you encountered the world tree. Han Xiao was helpless, but since he was gone, he could only complain. After all, Terseus did not know that they were at war with the world tree civilization. If the other party had not taken the initiative to mention it, he would not have known that Terseus had encountered the world tree civilization. It sounds like this guy has seen the aggressiveness of the world tree before. Maybe they've interacted before. Maybe the world tree still remembers this guy. Han Xiao pondered. Very soon, he shook his head and put this matter aside for the time being. He turned around and studied the Beyonder's vestige in his body. This was his main goal. After absorbing the Beyonder's vestige, his strength did not change at all. He could only sense its existence at any time, as if he was using his body as a container to store it. This Beyonder's vestige should only be activated during the promotion and become a catalyst for the promotion. He roughly guessed that regardless of whether the promotion succeeded or not, this Beyonder's vestige would be consumed. This was a one-time use item. The higher stairs require the bones of the predecessors. TSK, turning into firewood, burning yourself to benefit the future generations. No matter what, I owe you a favor. Han Xiao exhaled. Although the other party was dead, he still remembered this favor. The next time he revived in the sanctum, he planned to try to revive this guy. However, the chances were very low. Transforming into the Beyonder's vestige, he did not know if he had intercepted the information form like the two sisters of the previous generation. Even if he was completely dead now, he might not be able to revive in the sanctum. Han Xiao only planned to do his best and leave it to fate. At this moment, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and smiled. Speaking of which, in the explored universe, only this Beyonder's vestige is the easiest to obtain. If Wernos reaches this stage one day, he can only sail far away to find other Beyonder's vestige. Han Xiao was amused. Wernos was so willing to help him advance. Perhaps he wanted him to explore the way, but he did not know that the only promotion material nearby would be mist. Perhaps Wernos did not have a notification from the interface, so he could not dig out the Beyonder's vestige, or perhaps he did not enter the critical state and was stuck on the mission. In any case, he was guarding a treasure mountain without knowing, and in the end, he was the first to reach it. Feeling the Beyonder's vestige quietly waiting in his body, Han Xiao smiled. Although there were some unexpected circumstances, he still obtained a Beyonder's vestige in the end. It was smoother than he had expected. It was not in vain that he had gathered so many mascots in the army. This way, the 3 promotion requirements were only left with the simplest one, which was to find 4 handsome guys to help. Han Xiao finally relaxed. He then muttered the coordinates of planet Kree that Terseus had sent him and fell into deep thought. There will definitely be risks in rashly coming into contact with an unfamiliar civilization. Although Terseus said that his civilization is not strong, that's all old news. Now that so many years have passed, it might have become a powerful universal civilization. Furthermore, I can't rule out the possibility that Terseus is cheating. After thinking for a while, Han Xiao still felt that he had to take a look. With the king, he could come and go as he pleased. Furthermore, he planned to send out his lord's avatar like a mechanic and not take the risk himself. On one hand, he wanted to complete the mission and see what would happen next. On the other hand, he felt that Terseus civilization might be a potential ally and could be pulled over to fight the world tree together. After all, the world tree's style and mechanism could be said to be the public enemy of most intelligent civilizations. 2 days later, in the ancient Star Desert, a certain Radiant Federation military base. A multi-dimensional sky-opening transportation device was slowly warming up, and a lord's avatar was waiting in the teleportation area. Han Xiao watched from afar from the base outside, followed by a respectful base officer. Han Zhao's face fruit had already reached greater mastery, so there was basically no possibility of being rejected when he borrowed the multi-dimensional sky-opening transportation device from the Radiant Federation. Seeing the 2 giant mechanical rings of the teleportation device spin rapidly and turn into a halo, Han Xiao could not help but sigh. Your multi-dimensional sky-opening transportation device is really a convenient invention. As long as you have the coordinates, you can go anywhere in the universe. Indeed, this is the highest technological achievement of our Radiant Federation. The base officer straightened his back and was a little proud. Amazing, amazing. Can you let me bring it back for research? Please don't make things difficult for me. The base officer was stunned and smiled bitterly. Han Shao smiled faintly and stopped teasing this officer. He activated his Lord's avatar. At this moment, the power of the teleportation device reached its peak. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and the Lord's avatar disappeared without a trace. Han Zhao's vision turned, and he arrived at the outer space of a planet. In front of him was a dark green giant planet. There were many satellites floating in orbit outside the planet. There did not seem to be any problems on the surface, but with a glance, Han Shao could tell that these satellites had not been maintained for many years. They had all been scrapped and turned into scrap metal. Vegetation covered the entire surface of the planet. With a cursory glance, he could not see any traces of a civilized city. There were also no life signals. It gave off a desolate feeling of decline. Only a brown metal tower was eye-catching. Looking down from outer space, it was like this planet was wearing a small pointy hat. After converting the proportions, one could tell that this metal tower was extremely huge, reaching straight into the clouds. Its appearance was very rough, like countless metal objects of different shapes piled up together. The structure of the building was loose, like a huge mountain of trash. This is Planet Kree? It seems like something has happened. Han Shao was thinking when his pupils suddenly shrank. He quickly adjusted his vision to long-range mode, and his vision quickly enlarged. He locked onto a small black that was slowly moving halfway up the metal tower. It was a robot with mottled rust all over its body. It was carrying a metal fragment that was several times its size. It was slowly climbing along a steep path toward the top of the metal tower. In Han Zhao's field of vision, this was the only thing that could move. Han Zhao's eyes moved slightly. He controlled the Lord's avatar to descend and land in front of the robot, revealing himself. However, this robot acted as if it did not see him and walked straight past him. When it brushed past him, Han Shao could even hear the other party repeating the same word nonstop. Bury it. Bury it. Chapter 1406. It looks like a low-level artificial intelligence. No, it might also be a body without artificial intelligence and only has basic logical commands. Also, its technological level is low and doesn't exceed the upper limit of a star system civilization. Han Shao watched the robot pass by him. With his knowledge, he could tell the technological level of this robot with a glance. He could not help but fall into deep thought. He raised his hand slightly, aimed at the back of the transport robot, and released a magnetic force from his palm. Buzz! The robot immediately flew backward uncontrollably and attached itself to the Lord's avatar's hand with a clang. It couldn't move, and only its arms and legs in the air could still move. It was like a tortoise whose shell had been grabbed. A few thin blue electric arcs followed the arm of the Lord's avatar like small snakes and quickly swam to the surface of the robot's body. They entered the body through the gaps in the armor and immediately read the current state of the robot. Only the basic functions were still operating with difficulty, and most of the parts were severely damaged and were almost scrapped. At the same time, an item introduction popped up on the interface. Han Shao took a look. 7 to 5 mechanical transportation type, a common bionic robot in the Arthur civilization, a low-intelligence transportation model. It has strong biochemical tendons and engineering mechanical components, a magnetic absorption device, and simple self-defense weapons. It is often used for ground transportation. Remarks: this machine is produced in Megacorporation's Workshop Number 5 on Planet Kree. Product code TOV 2144G87M. Good machine. Choose Mega. An ordinary transport robot. Han Shao was curious. His mechanical force invaded the other party's unprotected motherboard chip and quickly copied the logic code and memory logs. The basic code used by the other party was not related to the explored universe, but it was not a problem for Han Xiao. He easily analyzed it one by one and soon understood most of it. Lines of deciphered code appeared in Han Xiao's quantum network vision. He quickly browsed through it and realized that the underlying logic was in the transport robot's code format. It should have had low artificial intelligence, but due to the lack of maintenance for a long time, there were some malfunctions in the data, causing its artificial intelligence to decrease. However, it could barely maintain the operation of the core logic and carry out a long-term order. This order was to bury a special machine, but in the database of a low-intelligence transport robot, there was naturally no detailed description of what this machine was used for and why it was buried. From the data of the transport robot, Han Xiao only knew the appearance and location of the machine. It looked like two pyramids connected at the apex, like an hourglass placed horizontally. Its location was under the metal tower. The memory log, on the other hand, was intermittent. Due to the malfunction, there were a lot of missing information. Even the timestamp was gone. He could only tell the time by the height of the metal tower in the different memories of the transport robot. In the earliest memory file, the height of the metal tower was only about a quarter of the current height. At that time, the robot was already alone. Most of the transport robot's memories were of building this metal tower. The other memories were of searching for spare parts in the warehouse of the abandoned factory, replacing the badly worn parts of its body, and charging. Why does the scene look so familiar? Han Xiao stroked his chin and felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen a similar scene in an old movie in his previous life. Other than these things, there was nothing else of value on this robot. Han Xiao turned off the magnetic device, and the robot fell back to the ground. The metal pieces on its back also fell to the side and fell along the metal tower. The transport robot stayed on the spot for 2 seconds. It ignored Han Xiao and left on its own. It turned around and walked down the mountain, as if it was looking for a new building material, as if nothing had happened. Han Xiao watched it disappear before turning to look at the interface. At this moment, the mission Shadow of the Past had been completed. Han Xiao immediately calculated it. There was a small amount of experience and a Tertius character summon card. The ability was called Mind Purification, and the effect was to expel negative states. It could be used 3 times at most, and it was quite practical. At the same time, a new mission popped up. You have triggered the mission Secret of Extinction. Mission Introduction. You agreed to Tertius' request and came to his hometown, Planet Kree. But something seemed to have happened here. Mission requirements. Find out the reason for the extinction of the Arthur civilization. Reward. 50 billion EXP, 1 awakening point. This civilization is extinct? Han Xiao was stunned. Immediately, he felt that the extinction of the civilization was most likely related to the unknown mechanical device suppressed under the metal tower. However, Han Xiao thought about it and did not care about it. His figure flashed, and he turned into a stream of light. Soon, he stopped at the entrance of an abandoned factory. It was the base camp in the transport robot's memory. This place looked like a large mechanical factory, but it was covered in vegetation. There were dilapidated buildings around it, and they were all covered by dense forests. Han Xiao took a look and waved his hand. A gust of wind blew away the vegetation and dust on the factory door, revealing a sign written in unfamiliar words. This is probably the factory of that Meg corporation, the place where that robot came from. Han Xiao could not understand the words of this civilization and guessed. He strode in and saw the abandoned assembly lines lined up neatly. There were also some unfinished transport robots hanging on them. It looked like they had suddenly stopped working. Han Xiao took a look and realized that all the energy equipment in the factory had been destroyed. The only thing that was still working was a charging station. However, the wires buried underground had been dug out and connected to a small generator that was crudely made. It was not working at all. He had wanted to see if the factory's mainframe had a more detailed database. It would be best if he could find a star map of this civilization's territory. However, the chip components of the factory's mainframe had also been destroyed and could not be turned on. Furthermore, all the data had been wiped out, and he could not find anything. From the looks of it, All the equipment in this factory seemed to have encountered an impact that could destroy electronics and energy devices at the same time. They were all destroyed in an instant. Han Xiaoxin summoned his mechanical army and searched the entire planet. Very soon, he found the wreckage of cities covered by vegetation. All the energy devices were in the same situation. Furthermore, not only was there no intelligent life on this planet, but there was not even a single beast or insect. It was as if all life forms other than plants had gone extinct. In addition, in some of the city residences, there were still bowls and plates on the table, and rotten clothes were scattered on the ground. All these signs indicated that all life on the planet seemed to have disappeared at the same time. What happened? Everyone disappeared overnight. It seems like that transport robot is the only survivor. Han Xiaoxin became more and more curious. He turned around and returned to the metal tower. He wrapped his entire body in the repulsive field and entered the bottom of the tower. He walked forward with large strides, and the pile of metal waste in front of him was smoothly pushed aside, forming a path. Not long after, he walked to the central area. He saw that it was actually a building wreckage that had been crushed by the mountain of trash. All kinds of experimental equipment were scattered around. It seemed to have been a research base. The eyes of the Lord's avatar shot out a scanning light, and he immediately saw that there was a large space underground. It seemed to have been an underground base in the past, but its structure was also crushed by the huge weight above and filled with metal waste. After comparing the scanning light for a while, he finally locked onto the target. The hourglass-like unknown device was crushed in the trash, and it was very difficult to distinguish it. Han Xiao released his mechanical force, and this unknown device was slowly pulled up into his hands. He then left the metal tower and returned to the outside world. Mechanical force seeped into the unknown device, and Han Xiao sensed the internal structure. He realized that he could not understand this technology, and many parts were damaged after being buried for a long time. Han Xiao took a look at the item introduction. Psionic wave launcher, prototype, damaged. Function unknown psionic wave? Han Xiao raised his brows, and his imagination ran wild. He had a feeling that the concept of the psionic wave was probably not the same as the psionic wave and psionic impact in the explored universe. He did not know what was going on yet, but he could roughly guess how the Arthur civilization went extinct. Research involving psionic energy had always been extremely dangerous, and many civilizations had died because of it. After thinking for a few seconds, Han Xiao used Bold Explorer on this thing. The last time he used it on the Beyonders vestige, the notification was that the target was ineffective and it did not succeed, so it did not enter the 7-day cooldown period. Buzz! Han Xiao's vision suddenly changed, and he arrived at a research institute. The psionic wave launcher was floating in midair, covered by a transparent container. Pipes were connected to it, and below it was a large pile of instruments. Countless researchers in uniform were busy adjusting the parameters. An officer who looked like the person in charge waved his hand and turned around to say something. The other researchers pushed the lever and activated the switch. Waves of energy flowed into the psionic wave launcher through the pipeline. Not long after, the space on both sides of the hourglass-shaped device began to vibrate faintly. The air was distorted as if there were invisible ripples, but they were confined to a small area. Many of the researchers present were overjoyed when they saw this. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened. The ripples on both sides of the device suddenly broke through the restrictions, and a light blue circular shockwave spread out, passing through the inner wall of the container and quickly sweeping across the entire place. All the instruments exploded with electric sparks, and the energy device was instantly paralyzed. The entire room immediately turned dark. The researchers who were swept by the shockwave were all annihilated in the blink of an eye, turning into ashes without a sound, leaving only empty clothes on the ground. At this moment, Han Zhao's vision suddenly zoomed out, coming to the outer space that overlooked the entire planet. It became a macroscopic view, and he saw a blue shockwave suddenly explode on the surface of planet Kree, quickly sweeping across the entire planet. The brightly lit cities instantly darkened, and countless people turned into ashes without knowing it. No one on the entire planet survived. However, this was not the end. Han Xiao clearly saw that the light blue shockwave that destroyed all electrons, energy equipment, and life forms did not weaken. It spread out into the universe with planet Kree as the center and soon disappeared from sight. He did not know how far it would fly. After seeing this scene, Han Xiao's vision suddenly returned to normal, and the skill effect ended. As expected, it's because of this thing. I thought Terseus was lying to me. I didn't expect his civilization to really not be that developed. He can even destroy himself by researching psionic energy. However, it doesn't seem right to say that their technology isn't good. The psionic wave transmitter they created is probably black technology. Han Xiao fiddled with the device in his hand in surprise. He had watched this video and had a vague guess about the principle of this device. The primordial psionic energy could assimilate, devour, absorb, and transform all kinds of energy. Once it exploded, it would expand endlessly, swallowing everything. However, the psionic wave transmitter created by the Arthur civilization could destroy certain forms of energy without devouring matter and absorb a portion of it to maintain its expansion. A normal primordial psionic energy explosion was a solid energy ball, and this psionic wave was just a ripple. However, there were some things that Han Xiao could not figure out. He did not understand why other substances were not damaged, but life forms would be annihilated. In short, there were still many unknowns about this technology. It seems to have a lot of research value. It might become an important combat technology for me. Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. He did not have such thoughts on this trip, but he did not expect to gain something. He had an intuition that belonged to a mechanic, and he secretly felt that this psionic wave technology was more powerful than he had expected. The secret of extinction on the interface also showed that it was completed. The normal way should be to look for clues everywhere, but he had Bold Explorer, so he completed the mission directly. The EXP reward did not matter, and one awakening point was better than nothing. However, it was very easy and did not take much effort. Furthermore, the biggest gain was this strange psionic wave technology. Just as Han Xiao was feeling happy, a familiar voice sounded beside him. Stranger discovered approaching the mission target. Permission to use taser guns to subdue him. Han Xiao turned around and saw that the tattered transport robot had returned to the foot of the mountain. It raised its mechanical arm at him, and 2 guns popped out from its wrist. Without a word, it pulled the trigger at Han Xiao. Ka. Han Xiao already knew that these 2 rusty guns were useless. They could not shoot anything at all. However, the transport robot did not seem to notice. It continued to pull the trigger in vain. It did not stop, making empty sounds again and again. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and took a step to the left. The muzzle of the transport robot immediately followed him. He took another step to the right, and the muzzle turned around again, always pointing at him. Looking at the robot pulling the trigger, Han Xiao actually felt that it was a little cute. Forget it, I won't dismantle you. Seeing that it was not a threat, Han Xiao ignored it. He raised his hand and summoned more exploration-type mechanical soldiers. He waved his hand and asked them to leave. They searched for other planets in this universe to see if there were any survivors of the Arthur civilization. He wanted to find the history of this civilization and the records of Terseus deeds. After all, there were still many unanswered questions. However, he could just let the mechanical soldiers do this for him. He was a mechanic after all, so there was no need for him to do such troublesome things personally. After doing all of this, Han Xiao turned his gaze back to the transport robot. Seeing that it was still pulling the trigger, he could not help but smile. Speaking of which, I wonder what kind of luck this little thing has. It actually wasn't destroyed by the psionic wave. It might be the only survivor of the entire Arthur civilization. Since I promised Terseus to take care of his hometown, I can't turn a blind eye to you. Han Xiao thought for a moment, and suddenly released a stream of mechanical force that landed on the transport robot. The other party suddenly froze on the spot, and its appearance and structure quickly changed into a human shape. The rust fell off, At the same time, waves of mechanical particles surged out from Han Zhao's hand and landed on the other party's body. The material of the body was quickly strengthened. Not long after, the changes stopped. The transport robot's appearance had changed drastically. It was covered in silver armor. Its entire body was streamlined. Its body was slender and long, and energy circuits that emitted a faint fluorescent light were faintly discernible on the surface of its body. It was as if it had jumped from a cartoonish style to a hardcore realistic style. That's about it. Han Xiao nodded and retracted his mechanical force. He had already given life to this transport robot, turning it into a mechanical life form. At the same time, he had greatly improved the other party's body, adding many new functions. He had also stored some complete sets of star system level civilization technology knowledge into the other party's database. However, he did not rewrite the other party's core logic. He only perfected the other party's intelligence on the original foundation and deliberately did not leave his mark on the other party. With his current ability level, the first-generation mechanical life form that he had personally modified had extremely high performance bonuses, far surpassing the past. Han Xiao did not plan to take this robot away because he owed Tertius a favor. As for whether this robot could grow a new flower of civilization on the ruins of planet Kree after receiving his gift, that was not his concern. Han Xiaoxin looked up at the tall metal tower with complicated emotions. After knowing the situation, this metal tower seemed to have a special meaning. In his eyes, this metal tower that looked like a wonder building seemed to have become a tombstone of civilization. The advancement of technology is also the advancement of disaster. Han Xiao sighed and glanced at the transport robot one last time. Only then did he change into the king and disappear with the psionic wave transmitter. The transport robot did not seem to have noticed anything. It stood there in a daze for a long time before finally coming back to its senses. It lowered its head and looked at its body that had changed drastically. It seemed very confused. The electric current of the motherboard seemed to have ignited a spark of thought. It muttered to itself in a low voice. It muttered to itself, "What am I?" Chapter 1407. A few days later, in the territory of the Black Star Corps, 5 figures floated above a desolate planet, and 4 of them stared at one of the figures in a black robe. "Black Star, you're not joking, right? You want us to help you break through to a higher level?" Kasui was surprised. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Han Xiao asked. After returning from the Arthur civilization, he immediately contacted the 4-peak beyond grade and invited them to help him cultivate. Wernos had agreed long ago, representing the Esper class. The other 3 classes were Kassi, the Old Dragon, and Sieran, who he did not have a deep relationship with. The Pugilist class was relatively weak at the higher levels, and there were no powerful figures. Putting aside the revivers, Sieran was already one of the rare cards. Although Han Xiao preferred Carrot at his peak, he had not grown up yet, so there was no need to wait for him. He could just find Sieran. In the past, during the rescue battle for Hela, he had some conflicts with Sieran. However, after experiencing all kinds of storms together with the association, their relationship had basically returned to normal. This guy was not a direct descendant, and had always been on the association's side. Now that he was another vice president, he could still be trusted. "You're always able to do something unexpected." The 3 of them shook their heads helplessly. When they received Han Zhao's invitation a few days ago, they were all equally shocked. They did not expect Black Star to silently break through to a higher level and open up the path of individual strength. At first, they thought that Black Star was joking with them, but after confirming it again and again, they realized that Black Star was serious. Because they had a good relationship with each other, although the 3 of them were surprised, they still agreed to the invitation and prepared to come and help. What surprised them was the advancement method Black Star had adopted. "Speaking of which, how can we help you? Shouldn't this kind of thing be done alone?" Milizaus was both curious and confused. In his impression, breaking through to a higher level and advancing to a higher level of life was something that could only be passed by oneself. Since when did one need help? Of course, I have my reasons for doing so. Han Xiao did not explain the principle, and it was not easy to explain. Wernos pondered. The five of us have different super systems. Could it be that your idea is to combine the five systems into one? Han Xiao interrupted him and waved his hand. Why are you asking so many questions now? Since you're already here, just follow the plan and wait for the final result. Hearing this, Wernos stopped talking, but he kept thinking in his heart, secretly surprised by Han Xiao's performance. He was very confused. The method to break through to a higher level should be a mystery to anyone, and Blackstar did not look like he had tried it many times, so why did this guy seem so confident? What was the reason behind his train of thought? He had borrowed the Ethereal Nation treasure and asked a few people for help. Furthermore, advancement should be risky. Why did Blackstar use such a daring method? Was he not afraid? Could it be that he did not realize the dangers of advancement? All sorts of thoughts flashed through Werno's mind. In the end, he shook his head gently, not intending to remind Han Xiao. In any case, this was Blackstar's advancement. He looked very confident, so there was no need for him to kindly remind him. He would just wait and see. Even if he failed, he would be able to broaden his horizons. It was not a loss anyway. Thinking of this, Wernos pressed his palm against his chest, and it actually went through. He took out a ball of gentle white light and threw it to Han Xiao. This is what you want. I'll lend it to you. Han Xiao took it and looked down at the Ethereal Nation treasure. It was different from what he had expected. It seemed to be just a ball of light. With the real thing beside him, it was not convenient to study it carefully. Han Xiao pressed the Ethereal Nation treasure to his chest, and the ball of white light quickly merged into his body. A special force immediately surged out and enveloped his entire body. He felt that his cells that were in a critical state immediately calmed down. Han Xiao glanced at the interface. The first advancement condition had already turned golden and was in the triggered state. Then I'll begin. Han Xiao nodded at everyone before floating a distance away and landing on the surface of the planet. Seeing his figure shrink into a black, Sieran turned to look at the people around him and asked, "Do you think he'll succeed? If it were that easy, I would have stepped into a higher level long ago." Wernos shook his head gently. His tone was calm and disapproving. Buzz. At this moment, in everyone's perception, space suddenly shook, and a shocking energy fluctuation burst out with the planet as the center. In just an instant, a huge gap appeared on the entire planet. The soft liquid in the core gushed out and scattered into the galaxy. Then, the light shrank and expanded like it was breathing, and the next moment, the planet exploded. Bang! Amidst the flying fragments and light, Han Zhao's voice did not move. He continuously released shocking energy fluctuations, and his aura rose crazily. It's beginning. The eyes of the four of them focused, and they immediately released their respective energy according to the plan. They passed through the flying fragments of the planet and entered Han Zhao's body. Han Xiao bathed in the radiance that filled the sky. The cells in his body began to go berserk and undergo drastic changes, making him feel as if his body would be separated and reorganized at any time. However, the Ethereal Nation weapon floating in his chest released waves at a fixed frequency time and time again, sweeping through his body, allowing his body to begin the transition and sublimation of his cells while maintaining the original structure. On the other hand, the energy of the four helpers that contained different systems entered his body. They should have been repelled, but at this moment, they were not rejected. Instead, they seemed to be absorbed and quickly fused into his cells. At the same time, the Beyonders vestige that had been silent for many days suddenly shone brightly and burned fiercely, releasing all its energy. It immediately pushed the speed of his advancement and soared. The feeling of pain and excitement assaulted Han Zhao's mind again and again. He controlled his gaze with difficulty and turned to look at the interface, only to see notifications flooding the screen. Level 360 advancement has been activated. You have reached the prerequisite for advancement, 3/3. You have activated apotheosis advancement. A new advancement can be unlocked. Due to the apotheosis advancement, basic ENE bonus has increased from plus 160 to plus 480. Currently, 1 END equals 1,170 health equals 1,180 stamina. Your God's trait transformation, machinery, has reached the maximum level. You have received an additional life level evolution. Your race has been detected as Black Star Race. Exclusive race, unable to be changed, detected that your evolution route, Void, has reached its peak and cannot be improved any further. You can continue to optimize your genes. Detected apotheosis advancement. Normal optimization canceled. Do you want to evolve your exclusive race? Evolution confirmed. Black Star Race has evolved into Black Star God Race. Your life level has been enhanced, and your genetic structure has been strengthened. You have received additional attributes, plus 2,140 STR, plus 1,705 DX, plus 2,600 END, plus 3,440 INT, plus 3,052 MYS, plus 1,024 CHA, plus 26,200 energy. Your energy level bonus attributes have changed. Your Black Star God Race talent, Mechanical Genius, has been improved. Mechanical Genius, total machinery affinity bonus increased from 1.55x to 1.65x. Machinery creation performance bonus increased from 70% to 80%. Plus 3 to plus 4 for all mechanic skills. Your God's trait transformation, Void, has reached the maximum level. You have received an additional life level evolution. Detected race, Black Star God Race. Exclusive race cannot be changed. Detected that your evolution route, Void, has reached its peak and cannot be improved any further. You can continue to optimize your genes. Detected apotheosis advancement. Normal optimization canceled. Do you want to evolve your exclusive race? Evolution confirmed. Black Star God Race has evolved into Black Star God Race, Royal Bloodline. Your life level has been enhanced, and your genetic structure has been strengthened. You have received additional attributes, plus 2,780 STR, plus 2,410 DX, plus 3,250 END, plus 4,216 INT, plus 3,710 MYS, plus 1,987 CHA, plus 32800 energy level bonus attributes have changed. Your Black Star Protoss talent, Mechanical Genius, has been improved. Mechanical Genius, total machinery affinity bonus increased from 1.65x to 1.75x. Machinery creation bonus increased from 80% to 90%. All mechanic class skill levels plus 4 to plus 5 originally. There was no species evolution opportunity at level 360. However, with 2 God's trait transformations at max level, there were 2 additional life evolution opportunities. Rumble. With Han Xiao as the center, the surging energy was so dense that it could almost condense into a solid substance. With Han Xiao as the center, it recklessly gushed out in all directions and spread far and wide. It had already been raised to the level of a cosmic energy surge. Almost all of the Black Star Corps' outposts in this area rang with alarms. Blazing energy flowed through his body, and all the cells in his body rapidly ascended to a higher level of life. It was as if they had their own independent consciousness, but under the support of the ethereal nation weapon, they did not disperse, and their bodies did not undergo any major changes. An endless stream of energy surged in from all directions. Han Xiao had almost turned into the core of a nebula. His entire body was filled with blazing waves, and he felt as if he had become a balloon. His body felt like it was going to burst from the inside out. He tried his best to maintain the operation of his mind and stared at the notifications on the interface. This wave of enhancement was extremely powerful. If not for the race evolution brought about by the apotheosis promotion, the simple genetic optimization of a normal promotion would not have been able to bring about such a high increase in attributes. However, the notifications of these 2 race evolutions were not over yet. Your race exclusive has been upgraded to Black Star Protoss. You have received a new talent, Mechanical Divine Body. Divine Mechanical Body, plus 1,500% Machinery Affinity. Your mechanical force has been strengthened. Your Emperor's Gift has been upgraded to God's Gift. Your Apostle Life Creation has been upgraded to God's Gift. Your Apostle Life Creation has been upgraded to God's Messenger Life Creation. Your Tinder Awakening has been upgraded to Source of Tinder, and your Dimension Factory has been upgraded to Godly Fortress. Your race exclusive has been upgraded to Black Star Protoss, Royal Bloodline. You have received a new talent, Void Divine Body. Han Xiao controlled his eyeballs with difficulty and looked at the introductions of these two talents. The four mechanic skills had undergone a special evolution. Among them, God's Gift and God's Messenger Creation have been strengthened in terms of basic values. Their specific functions had not changed, and only the name of the Apostle Weapon had changed to Mechanical Oracle. Source of Tinder and Godly Fortress had functional changes. Tinder Awakening was an ability used to create mechanical life forms. It needed to be cast, but after the evolution, there was an additional passive effect. As long as a machine was connected by mechanical force, it could temporarily become a mechanical life form and receive the various enhancements of a mechanical life form. If the mechanical force was disconnected, the effect would disappear. However, if used for a long time, the effect would be solidified and the mechanical life form would be permanently turned into a mechanical life form. This way, the efficiency and scale of creating mechanical life forms would be raised to a whole new level, and the consumption would be lower. Furthermore, the function of Godly Fortress was to open a secondary dimension in his body as a dimension factory. There was no need to summon a secondary dimension gate anymore. It was like the advanced version of the mechanical body. There were no side effects, and even if the external environment was locked down by the space stabilization anchor, it could still be used as a dimension factory. Void Body had a similar effect. It could open up a new void dimension in one's body and even devour the original void dimension to perfect one's own void dimension. The mechanism revealed by these two talents was like forming a universe in his body. Is this the difference between the new grades? Han Xiao was shocked. Even at this point, the evolution was still not over. The notifications were still popping up, and intense pain assaulted his mind. The power released by the burning of the Beyonder's vestige was washing his cells over and over again, causing them to change time and time again. They gradually approached the special perfect particle form, and the changes in his body became more and more intense. Sometimes big, sometimes small, sometimes expanding, and sometimes contracting. At the same time, the four young men who were continuously supplying energy finally realized that something was wrong. From Han Zhao's body, an aura that made them tremble from the depths of their souls was emitted. It was as if they had seen an existence one level higher in the food chain. Am I seeing things? Is this the pressure of a life rating? Kasuyi's eyes widened in shock. It can't be wrong. It's this feeling. Milizhao's dragon beard fluttered, and disbelief flashed across his huge dragon eyes. He secretly swallowed a mouthful of dragon breath. Wernos, who was originally quite calm, could not remain calm anymore. His face was filled with shock as he stared at Han Zhao's figure, who was shooting out endless light, in shock. Oh my God, this guy can't be a blind cat running into a dead mouse and really succeed in one go, right? Chapter 1408. No matter how shocked the four of them were, Han Zhao's evolution continued to move forward. The surging golden mechanical force formed a huge energy whirlpool, spinning and expanding in circles. It was extremely dazzling, a vast expanse of white. Han Zhao's figure was at the center, drowned in endless light. As for this unlucky planet, it had been completely destroyed. Not a single trace of it was left. The scorching energy flowed through his body as if it was burning from his cells to his soul. He felt as if he had turned into a piece of steel that was being smelted again and again. You have met the prerequisite, Activate the Apotheosis promotion. Race Apotheosis has been activated. Your life level has reached the peak, and you have opened up a new world above the peak. The domain of a true god is slowly unfolding before your eyes. Your exclusive race, Black Star God Race, Royal Bloodline, has received 2 new exclusive race talent slots. Please select your exclusive race talent. Many options popped up on the interface. Attack, resistance, machinery, attribute increase, and so on. They were all the effects of the 2 new exclusive race talents that could be chosen. When Han Xiao advanced to the Beyond Grade A realm, he had created an exclusive race talent, which was Mechanical Genius. At this time, the race Apotheosis gave him 2 opportunities to create exclusive talents, which were also hereditary talents that could be awakened in his descendants. He thought about it and chose Ability Strength and Attribute Increase, which were more comprehensive. Because the new exclusive talent he had obtained this time was not like Mechanical Genius that had been strengthened many times, the effect would not be too strong. He had expected this. Divine Power Gene, plus 10% Ability Strength, plus 2% per promotion current cumulative bonus, 46% current cumulative bonus, 3,360 free attribute points. These 2 new talents are not bad. Both are abilities with growth potential. Han Zhao's spirits were lifted. When he reached the later stages of his growth, he would be able to obtain a one-time accumulation of bonuses. Hence, he would be able to obtain a decent boost from these 2 new talents. Although his current attributes were in the tens of thousands, 3 to 4,000 free attribute points was still not a small amount. Most importantly, he could use them as he pleased. Furthermore, ability power was an important bonus required by any system, and the degree of increase was quite considerable. Mechanical Genius, Divine Power Gene, and Natural Elite were the inherited talents of his race. Individuals with these 3 species talents would undoubtedly have a higher growth potential. They would all be extremely high-quality super seedlings and would be able to suppress supers of the same level. If only I could create a bunch of Smurfs, a thought flashed through Han Zhao's mind. Now that he did not have an inherited race, he felt that the idea of reproducing could be put on the agenda. While he was thinking, the interface continued to pop up in an orderly manner. 2 new exclusive race talents have been confirmed. Life level sublimation, molecular structure improvement, organ structure enhancement, metabolism changes, race deification has been completed. Your grade has been raised to X, unknown. Grade S bonus has disappeared. You have received grade 10 bonus attributes. Grade 10 bonus attributes, plus 240 Yendi, plus 75% all resistances, plus 50% highest attribute, plus 30% other attributes, plus 1,500 free attribute points, and plus 60 awakening points. You can choose 2 of the following 7 talents to form a grade talent. 1. Physical Resistance 2. Mental Resistance 3. Additional Power Boost 4. Health Points 5. Explosive Strength 6. Energy Points 7. Status Enhancement. There really is a new grade talent. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. This was an important factor in pulling apart 2 grades. When he advanced to Beyond Grade A, he could choose 2 of them, and it was the same now. However, the effect would definitely be stronger, and it could even be stacked with his previous grade talents. The power bonus was a must. As for the other one, Han Xiao still preferred his health points. Currently, it seemed like he was the only one who had reached this level. So while his tankiness seemed to be enough, most of the increase was actually the basic bonus brought by this promotion. Normally, completing a deification promotion would give such an endurance bonus, so his current health points was probably only at the middle level. He could not guarantee that no one else would be able to reach this level in the future. Furthermore, there might already be grade 10 characters in the universe. At the very least, there would be no mistakes if he continued to develop his advantage of being able to fight and tank. You have received the grade talent, Mighty Divine Power. You have received the grade talent, Divine Body of the Universe. Current Ability Amplification, 312%. This amplification can be stacked with Superpower and Supreme Power, divine body of the universe. Your body is extremely strong and contains unbelievable vitality. Your lifespan will extend until the end of the universe. Plus 1 yin for every level up. Current effect, plus 360 yin. This enhancement can be stacked with eternal body. What a powerful enhancement. Before Han Xiao could get excited, an even more violent energy erupted from his body, and all of his cells began a new round of transformation. Han Xiao felt that every cell was becoming more and more agitated, as if they were all about to leave his body and escape on their own. However, as the ethereal nation weapon shook, the struggle of his cells was suppressed, but it also brought him greater pain. However, although the species deification was completed, the promotion this time was not over. There is still one last wave of transformation left. Your class advancement mission has been completed. You have received a new class, Legendary Mechanic. Legendary Mechanic, LV. 1 plus 700 energy, plus 8 STR, plus 8 DX, plus 22 Yendi, plus 30 INT. You have received 25 free attribute points and 1 awakening point. You have received the talent, Transcendental Artifact. You have received the talent, Energy Base God of all machines. You have received the talent, Information Uniqueness, Conceptual Immortality. You have comprehended the skill, Mechanical Deity, Supreme Heavenly Venerate. You have comprehended the skill, Virtual Creation, Pseudo. You have comprehended the skill, Life Transformation, Virtual. You have comprehended the skill, Life Transformation, Myriad. All of your virtual technology skills or talents have been increased by 80%. Han Zhao's breathing stopped. The new class stage was also unfamiliar to him, and Legendary Mechanic did not have a class level limit, which meant that this was the last stage of the Mechanic class. He could continue to level up, but there was no class advancement after that. He looked at the new abilities he had obtained during this class advancement, and his pupils constricted. The effects of the skills were as fancy as their names, but the bonuses were very shocking. Han Xiao wanted to analyze his new abilities in detail, but the pain of evolution came wave after wave, causing his mind to almost freeze. Now is not a good time to study it carefully. Seeing that the notifications on the interface finally stopped, Han Xiao knew that he had obtained all the bonuses from this promotion. He quickly calmed down and silently felt his evolution. Time quickly blurred. After a full 2 days, the huge energy vortex that had expanded many times seemed to have expanded to its limit. It slowly shrank toward the center and surged into Han Zhao's body. At the edge of the area, Wernos and the other 3 had been guarding there, watching Han Zhao's promotion from the beginning to the end. They did not dare to blink at all, afraid that they would miss a second. As this was the territory of the Black Star Corps, Han Xiao had already informed them that no one was allowed to disturb them. Therefore, even though this place had become the source of cosmic energy and triggered the radar alarms of many organizations, no one came to watch for the past 2 days. After a while, the energy vortex retracted into Han Zhao's body. The dazzling light faded, revealing Han Zhao's current appearance. He floated in the air with his eyes closed, as if he had yet to wake up from his meditation. A special aura rippled around his body, and his skin was emitting a sparkling light. A few ribbons of light golden particles slowly flowed around his body. Seeing this, Wernos and the other 3 hesitated. They were not sure what Han Zhao's current situation was, so they did not immediately approach him. At this moment, Han Xiao finally opened his eyes. The light on his body faded, and he floated toward the 3 of them with a smile. My promotion went very smoothly. Thank you, everyone. Hearing this, the 4 of them were shocked. Although they had already guessed it in the past 2 days, the 4 of them could not help but feel disbelief when they heard Han Xiao admit it personally. You really succeeded? You opened up a higher level of individual strength. Milizaus exclaimed. That should be the case. Han Xiao nodded and released a little pressure. The 4 of them were stunned. They immediately felt a vast pressure and could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. However, It only lasted for an instant before Han Xiao retracted the pressure of his life rating, allowing them to heave a sigh of relief. After the disbelief and shock, they were filled with intense excitement and reverence. They were all peaked beyond grade S. Among them, Wernos and Kasui thought that they were half a step away from the threshold of a higher level. Now that they could watch the entire process of Han Zhao's promotion and see a successful case of breaking through to a higher level, would this method work on them too? Was this a benefit that Black Star had specially given them? I didn't expect you to succeed in one go. Congratulations. Wernos was envious. He had tried so many times, but in the end, he stopped because he was worried about the risks. However, Black Star had directly rushed forward and entered the soul. Indeed, one's physique could not be compared to another. However, although Wernos felt a little jealous, he was more excited and overjoyed. He felt that his judgment was really good. He had not misjudged Black Star. This guy was even more ferocious than he had expected. He had really rushed to a higher level and pointed out the direction for him. With Black Star leading the way, he could replicate his successful experience today in the future. The ethereal national treasure was his, and the arcane church did not lack direct descendants of the five elements. In order to fight against Black Star, the other two universal civilizations would more or less provide help. Therefore, among the beyond grade, as only he could easily replicate the method that Black Star used today. It was undoubtedly the most profitable. Although Black Star did not fail, which was out of his expectations, causing his little plan to fail, in his eyes, this trip was not in vain. Thinking of this, Wernos felt extremely comfortable and decided to prepare for his promotion when he returned. However, at this moment, he suddenly remembered that the ethereal national treasure was still in Han Zhao's hands. He did not know how strong Black Star had become. If he had any ill intentions, Wernos' heart tightened, and he secretly tensed up. He slowly said, "Black Star, can you return it to me?" "Oh, take it." Han Xiao glanced at him. Seeing how nervous he was, he shook his head with a smile, took out the ethereal national treasure from his chest, and casually threw it back to Wernos. He had no intention of taking it for himself. Since the other party did not cause any trouble and specially came to help him, he would not easily burn bridges. He still had this basic integrity. There was no need to make enemies because of this. At most, he could just borrow it again next time. Furthermore, the ethereal national treasure was not the only stabilizer. After completing the promotion, Han Xiao already had some new ideas. Wernos took the ethereal national treasure and stuffed it back into his body. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief and was overjoyed. Kasui looked at the ethereal national treasure with a burning gaze and looked at Han Xiao again. "Your promotion is a good thing for the entire Beyond grade as. I wonder if you plan to publicize this method? Keep it a secret for now. Don't tell anyone about this for the time being to avoid any trouble. To be honest, this promotion is quite dangerous. If I fail, I might not be able to use the Sanctum Revival." Han Xiao waved his hand. He actually did not care much about this. What the four of them saw was only the surface. Even if they imitated his method, they would not be able to trigger the promotion because they were missing an important factor, the Beyonder's vestige. Now that he had successfully advanced and was no longer in a critical state, he had also lost his sense of the Beyonder's vestige. As long as he did not specifically remind them, the others might not be able to activate this feeling by themselves. Furthermore, without a detailed interface notification, others might not know what this feeling meant. Most importantly, the only Beyonder's vestige left in the explored universe had already been consumed by him. Even if someone knew the use of the Beyonder's vestige, they would have to go to the unexplored areas to find it. Who knew how long it would take? Hearing this, other than Wernos, Kasui and the others were shocked and suppressed the impulse in their hearts. Milizaus suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, the new grade hasn't been defined in the Galactic Society yet. Why don't you give a name?" Sieran agreed. Indeed, the name Beyond Grade A is to commemorate the exploration era. Now that the new level has appeared, we need a new name. It will definitely be recorded in history. You're the founder. so only you have the right to name it. Han Xiao stroked his chin and did not refuse. He immediately thought of the name of the class and raised his brows. How about the Transcentigrade? Sounds good. The few of them naturally did not have any objections to a name and nodded. Then it's settled. Above Beyond Grade A is called the Transcentigrade. Han Xiao nodded with a smile. At this moment, Kasuyi could not hold back his curiosity and sized up Han Xiao. Black Star, what's the power of the new level? How powerful is it? Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he shook his head with a smile. It's very, very strong. As he spoke, he looked at the interface, and an inexplicable expression flashed across his eyes. Total level, 360 main class, mechanic race, Black Star God System, Royal Bloodline Attributes, 33810 STR, 29423DX, 44310 Yendi, 81744 INT, 26854 MYS, 12560 CHA, 1 LUK free attribute points, 5, 105 awakening points, 101 health, 122, 694, 490 stamina, 98,274,600 energy, 481200 energy rank, 148800 Ona grade, X grade X bonus points, plus 240 Yendi, plus 75% all resistances, plus 50% highest attribute, plus 30% other attributes, plus 1,500 free attribute points, and plus 60 awakening points. You have cleared the fog ahead, and a brand new path extends beneath your feet. From today onwards, the heavens and earth will be born together with you, and all things will be one with you. You are the universe. Chapter 1409. Retracting his gaze from the attribute interface, Han Xiao turned around and saw Kasuyi getting restless, as if he wanted to personally try out the strength of a transcendent. He smiled and waved his hand. There's no need for sparring. I've just stepped into the transcendent grade and am still not familiar with my strength. If I can't control it well, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back and kill you. That way, I'll have to revive you and cause me more trouble. Is that what you're saying? Kasuyi tilted his head. Seeing that Han Xiao had no intention of showing off, Kasuyi did not force him. He could only give up on this thought for the time being. Anyway, there was still a long way to go, and he would see it sooner or later. Glancing at the four of them, Han Xiao smiled and said, Everyone, I still need to familiarize myself with my strength, so I'll take my leave first. By the way, Wernos, just inform me when you're ready to unseal the 10,000 deity scepter. With that, he nodded and left, disappearing in front of everyone in a flash. The remaining four looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a little strange. Black Star had shown them the way to step into the Transcentigrade. This secret was most valuable only if they kept it to themselves. None of the four of them were willing to leak it out. If it was in the past, they might have thought of killing him. However, times had changed. Black Star was suppressing them, and the association had unified the Beyond Grade as. There were still enemies outside, so they could only endure sharing this secret with others. Don't forget Black Star's instructions. It's enough for us to know his advancement method. Without his permission, don't reveal it to others, Serene said with a deep voice. Do I look like someone who would spout nonsense? Milizo snorted. Black Star is the president, and we're also members of the association. Of course, we won't speak carelessly, but the direct descendants of the civilization might not. Kasuyi narrowed his eyes and stared at Wernos. Hearing this, Milizo's and Serene also turned to look at Wernos with subtle expressions. The three of them had no motive to leak the secret, but as a direct descendant of Ethereal, if the upper echelons of the civilization asked him for this method, would he keep it a secret? As members of the association, the three of them considered from the standpoint of the faction. If the method to advance to the Transcentigrade was only grasped by the association, it would be a new bargaining chip to attract supers. They would also be able to suppress the three universal civilizations in terms of individual strength. Wernos had a calm expression and did not compromise verbally. He casually said, I will also try to advance. Even if I don't say it, they will know when the time comes. TSK. Serene snorted and did not refute. Seeing that the three of them had nothing else to say, Wernos did not stay any longer. He turned around and left in a hurry. He just wanted to return to the arcane church as soon as possible. He couldn't wait to study Black Star's advancement method. Kasuyi and the other two watched as he left, but they didn't move. Ethereal's national treasure is in this guy's hands. With Black Star's success, Ethereal most likely won't be lent to outsiders for advancement. Milizaus smacked his lips. In that case, I'm afraid only Wernos and the direct descendants of Ethereal can replicate the method Black Star used. We can forget about it. Sierra nodded. Black Star is a mechanic and has reached a higher level. Maybe he can research a replacement. We'll know when we ask. Kasui's expression was calm. Considering that Ethereal's national treasure was an indispensable tool for Black Star's advancement method, the few of them had the thought of snatching it. However, after thinking about it, they decided against it. Wernos was not easy to deal with, and the three of them represented the association. It was not suitable for them to cause trouble for Black Star. Now that Black Star had opened a new grade, his position as the head of the association was even more stable. Originally, they were all of the same grade. Even if they listened to Black Star for the time being, they would not treat themselves as Black Star subordinates. However, as Black Star entered a new grade, their relationship changed subtly. It was just that the three of them had yet to feel the subtle change in their subconscious. At this moment, Milizaus thought of something and asked, by the way, although the advancement method has to be kept a secret, there shouldn't be a need to hide the fact that Black Star has entered the transcendent grade from the association, right? Kasui shook his head and said, Black Star didn't give any special instructions, so there's no need. Furthermore, there's no need to hide such a good thing. However, it's only limited to the upper echelons of the association. Don't spread it. As for the three universal civilizations, they will most likely know about the situation through Wernos, but they won't spread it casually. On the other side, in the arcane church, what did you say? Black Star actually succeeded? The ethereal pope's eyes widened in shock. Wernos, who came to report, nodded calmly and said, That's right. Black Star has successfully stepped into a higher level of individual strength. He named it the transcendent grade. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Didn't you say that it's very difficult to step into a new grade and that it's not a big deal to lend the ethereal national treasure because Black Star will fail a few times? The ethereal pope stared fixedly at Wernos, his heart filled with shock and anger. Oh, I miscalculated. Wernos was expressionless and unapologetic. That's it. Do you think you can get over it with just one sentence? The ethereal pope glared at him, becoming more and more annoyed. If you hadn't emphasized time and time again that this deal was definitely profitable, why would we have lent the ethereal national treasure to help Black Star advance? You're probably in cahoots with Black Star, so you're speaking up for him and tricking me, right? I'll be damned if I believe you. Then what do you want? Wernos glanced at him. The Pope closed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath to calm his surging emotions before speaking again. No matter what, it has already happened. Think of a way to salvage the situation. Because of a wrong decision, he had helped Black Star reach a higher level of individual strength. His intestines were green with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have rejected Black Star's request. However, now is not the time to shift the blame. He was the one who gave the order, and he could not shirk the responsibility. The ethereal pope quickly shook off the interference of anger, regret, and other emotions and thought about the gains and losses. On the bright side, at least we got the 10,000 deity scepter back, provided that Black Star doesn't go back on his word. The ethereal pope shook his head. There's no need for him to go back on his word, Wernos said calmly. This universal treasure is no longer a threat to him. That's true. Hearing this, the ethereal pope felt even more upset. He felt that the 10,000 deity scepter was no longer attractive. This deal was a huge loss. However, at this moment, Wernos slowly said, However, it's not like I didn't gain anything this time. I watched the entire process of Black Star's promotion and have already grasped his method. I'm no longer as clueless as before. I can replicate this successful case and reach a higher level. The ethereal Pope was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up. Although Black Star's advancement to the transcendent grade was beneficial to the war, it was definitely not a good thing for the three universal civilizations in the long run. However, his direct descendant had learned Black Star's promotion method. As long as he succeeded, he would have another transcendent grade individual strength to fight against Black Star, forming a new balance. He would not have to worry about Black Star losing control. More importantly, the one who had grasped this method was ethereal. Even if the three universal civilizations were on the same side, there was still a difference between them. Ethereal could suppress the other two in terms of individual strength. The ethereal Pope's mood immediately improved. He asked solemnly, "How confident are you of succeeding?" Wernos thought for a moment and nodded. "There's about a 70% chance that I can reach the transcendent grade like Black Star." All right. The ethereal Pope was energized. A 70% chance was quite high. When they chatted in the past, Wernos had said that he was not confident at all. Now, the chances had increased countless times. In that case, helping Black Star this time would not only not be a loss, but it would even be a small gain. Thinking deeper, it was fortunate that Black Star needed to borrow the ethereal national treasure this time. Otherwise, if he were to secretly advance behind closed doors, the direct descendants of the civilization would not be able to know, and this advancement method would be monopolized by the association. Wouldn't that be even more disadvantageous to the three universal civilizations in the future? Thinking of this, the Pope felt much better. He finally smiled and said, "Don't worry. Ethereal will do its best to provide you with resources to help you step into the transcendent grade. If you need anything, feel free to ask. Don't stand on ceremony." "Don't worry, I won't stand on ceremony." Wernos nodded. The ethereal Pope thought for a moment and said, "Also, keep the matter of you knowing the advancement method a secret for the time being. Don't tell anyone. As for Black Star's successful advancement, I'll inform the leaders of the Radiant Federation and the Red Empire. We have common interests in this regard, and we can't hide it. We have to talk to Black Star. Up to you, as long as it's helpful to me." Wernos did not care about these miscellaneous matters. He only wanted to copy Han Zhao's advancement method. He seemed to see the higher level that he dreamed of waving at him. A day later, in the Black Star Corps' territory, exclusive machinery factory, Han Zhao stared at the thundercloud-like mechanical force ball floating in his palm. His pupils constricted as if he was observing the microscopic world. After a while, he suddenly clenched his fingers and crushed it into pieces, creating a faint golden shockwave. The last class stage of the mechanic class, the power is really strange, Han Zhao mumbled to himself. Over the course of the day, he had mainly been experimenting with the new abilities brought about by his class advancement. At this time, he had more or less figured it out. Transcending Divine Artifact was a core talent, like the advanced version of Spirit Artifact. The success rate of developing and creating gold-grade blueprints was greatly increased, and there was also a small chance of creating a Space Wonder-grade product. Most importantly, this talent unlocked a higher special grade, which was the Red Divine Artifact grade. However, this thing was not created, but strengthened on the basis of the original machinery, greatly increasing the effect. Furthermore, there was a limit to the number of divine artifacts. At most, 3 divine artifacts could be strengthened. However, the target of the bonus could be changed. The mechanism was similar to that of apostle weapons. If he wanted to strengthen the 4th machinery into a divine artifact, he just had to take back the previous divine artifact. Energy Base God of all machines was also a core talent, and it was similar to Sorokin's Soul Energy Foundation Stone. The effect of this skill was that the basic unit of energy production was no longer limited to cells. Machinery and virtual data could also produce energy. If Han Zhao turned himself into a mechanical body, virtual life, or artificial life form, he would be no different from before, and his strength would not be affected. This meant that he could already exist without his physical body at will. From this point of view, Herberlin's fusion of flesh and machinery was just an incomplete version of this ability. Energy base god of all machines was the final form. In addition, this talent also brought a high machinery affinity bonus, which was very shocking. Information uniqueness, conceptual immortality, was not an ability brought about by the class advancement, but a talent that reached grade 10. Just as Han Xiao had guessed, after entering a new grade, his own information form existence had undergone a huge change, and he had the power to automatically revive, be it a life form or network data. As long as there were information carriers in the universe that recorded his deeds, as long as he was not forgotten by everyone, as long as there were people who still remembered his name, he would not completely die. If he died, there would be no need for the Sanctum revival. He would also spontaneously cause an information form disturbance and be reborn in a certain area of the universe, close to eternal immortality. The most important point was that the rebirth brought by this talent would not damage the integrity of his information, which meant that it would not be like the Sanctum revival, which would be weaker every time he revived. The only question that puzzled Han Xiao was that the Sanctum was also an information carrier. If information uniqueness, conceptual immortality, was applicable to all situations, could he survive the iterations? He did not know if there were any transcendent great existences in the previous iterations. If this conjecture was true, those transcendent great existences should have been left behind. Then they should have a greater impact on the current universe. It would be great if I could test it. Han Xiao shook his head. He felt that the Sanctum, which was outside the three worlds and not in the five elements, was probably not an information carrier for information uniqueness, conceptual immortality, to take effect. The range of this talent should only be limited to this universe and the secondary dimensions. However, even so, it was strong enough. Just like what the attribute interface said, everything in the world was one with him, and the information form was the source of his existence. As long as there were no accidents, he could really live to the end of the universe. The three talents were all very useful, and the few skills were also extraordinary. Among them, mechanical deity, supreme heavenly venerate, was the advanced version of the mechanical deity. No, rather than saying that it was an advanced version, it would be better to say that the original mechanical deity was only the basic form of this skill. The mechanical deity could change its structure on its own, and it also had the concept of a blueprint template. Some mechanical deities in specific forms had additional basic functions. Mechanical deity, supreme heavenly venerate, was one of the final forms of the mechanical deity. Its power was much higher than the advanced version of the mechanical deity that Han Xiao had created. It was on a completely different level. The skill introduction showed that the skills obtained at this step were different for the three mechanic branches. Mechanical deity, supreme heavenly venerate, belonged to the virtual branch, while the arm branch and energy branch were mechanical deity, universe emperor, and mechanical deity, origin divine lord, respectively. They corresponded to different final forms, which sounded very powerful. Not only that, through the core talent, energy base god of all machines, he realized that when he transformed into a mechanical deity, he no longer needed his physical body as the core to provide mechanical force. He could directly turn the body into his own body. This meant that if he truly became a mechanical deity, he would not even need to consume any energy. Even if he did not have the means to quickly recover energy, he could almost maintain the mechanical deity state indefinitely and live in this form. In addition, life transformation, virtual and life transformation, all machines had similar effects. These two abilities could change one's life form, and with the support of energy base god of all machines, one's body was no longer a cage. At the same time, these two skills could not only be used on himself, but also on others. As long as the judgment was successful, he could instantly transform the target into virtual data or mechanical bodies, changing the form of existence of the other party. He could turn all the people on an entire planet into mechanical bodies or virtual life forms. It was almost close to the power of a god. Virtual creation, pseudo, was even more unbelievable. According to the skill introduction, this ability was similar to the world tree's ability to transform between virtual and real. It could transform things created in the virtual world into real objects, just like a real god of creation. However, the reason why this ability had a pseudo suffix was that there were many restrictions. First of all, he could not transform items that did not exist in reality, that he did not know, and that went against the rules. Secondly, the transformation required an equivalent amount of resources. For example, copying and pasting the data of a mechanical army in the virtual world would require the corresponding materials. Using this skill to transform, he could directly skip the manufacturing process. It was very suitable for mass-producing soldiers. It was also very useful in manufacturing. Even the universal treasures that he knew of could be mass-produced using this method. The success rate was basically 100%. However, the third restriction was the biggest problem. The transformation was temporary. Once the time was up, it would disintegrate on its own and could not exist for long. This ability is considered a space wonder in the eyes of ordinary people. It's called virtual technology, but it should be an information form ability. I still need to study it more. Han Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Although virtual creation, pseudo, was very magical, because of these restrictions, it seemed a little meaningless to say that it was useful. It was useless, but it was still somewhat useful. Through godly stronghold, he could temporarily increase the number of soldiers, but it was still much inferior to a true space wonder like the world tree. However, this ability is quite similar to the world tree. Could there be any connection? Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he had a bold idea. Perhaps the world tree could eat him and make up for its flaws. On the other hand, if he pulled out the world tree, he might be able to make up for this ability and remove the suffix of the skill. Chapter 14:10. Han Xiao shook his head and threw this thought out of his mind for the time being. He did not even have a clue about the location of the world tree's main body. It was better not to think too much. He turned around and looked at the Tyracle's mechanical legacy on his talent interface. This ability would unlock new exclusive blueprints when he reached level 360. Although he currently had a very rich technical foundation, no mechanic would complain about having too many gold blueprints. Back then, when Tyracle's mechanical inheritance was at level 320, he had unlocked the king and the emperor's robe. The former was still playing a huge role. This time, he had unlocked 3 gold blueprints at level 360. Han Xiao opened the introduction of the blueprints and took a look. Blueprint Dark Gold Furnace Beast. After the Saint Tyracle's race saw the might of the mechanical deity, they fervently researched a series of special equipment dedicated to the mechanical deity. Blueprint Emperor Sky Splitter Blade. After the Saint Tyracle's race saw the might of the mechanical deity, they fervently researched a series of special equipment dedicated to the mechanical deity. Blueprint Space Constant Debugger, incomplete. The ultimate technology of the Saint Tyracle's race has not been completely perfected. The corners of Han Zhao's mouth twitched. Of the 5 gold blueprints brought by Tyracle's mechanical inheritance, 3 were equipment dedicated to the mechanical deity. He could see how passionate this race was about the mechanical deity. The Dark Gold Furnace Beast was a special external body. Its introduction was that it could share the power of the mechanical deity's descent and had an independent consciousness. It could act as the mechanical deity's mount. The Emperor's Sky Splitter Blade was a high-tech composite giant weapon. It looked like a double-headed broadsword. The blade was straight and wide, and there were many empty slots that could be used to integrate different parts. Han Xiao summoned the 3D model and simply outlined the appearance of the mechanical deity. He then added the Emperor's robe, the Dark Gold Furnace Beast, and the Emperor's Sky Splitter Blade. Although the image was majestic, he felt that it was becoming more and more familiar. It looks more and more like Guan Yu. It's just that the weapons don't match. No, why does it look like Thanos? Han Xiao mumbled softly, not knowing what to say. This group of Saint Tyracal's scientists who were passionate about the mechanical deity spent all their time researching and changing equipment. Did they think they were playing with Nuanuan? Furthermore, the name of the blueprint made these Saint Tyracal scientists seem a little chinibu. Han Shao had Jesus' treasure and a portion of the sanctum's technological foundation, so he did not lack the exclusive metal blueprints of the mechanical deity. Although these two blueprints were quite powerful, they were not of much help. However, he discovered that the Emperor's robe, Dark Energy Gold Furnace Beast, and Emperor's Sky Splitter Blade actually had set effects, which was rare. When the three pieces of equipment were activated at the same time, it would trigger a special set effect called Tyracal's Frenzy, which would increase his total machinery affinity by 1x, as well as increase his overall attack, defense, and mechanical performance. It was not bad. What made Han Shao excited was the last blueprint. The Saint Tyracal's race had a deep understanding of space. As the name suggested, this space constant adjuster could adjust the spatial structure of an area and change the universal constants. The principle of this device involved the miniature expansion and collapse of the universe, as well as the technology of increasing and decreasing dimensions. According to theory, it should have the special effects of extending or shrinking space, overlapping areas, intercepting or grafting space, and so on. Furthermore, the changes to the area were permanent, and there was no time limit. It was a strategic mechanical device. For example, if the enemy was only 3 days away from them, this device could expand or shrink the strategic depth of the distance between the two sides. According to the limit of its effect, it could expand the 3-day journey to more than 10 days or even a few months, or it could shrink the distance into an inch and instantly engage in close combat. Unfortunately, these were all theoretical guesses. Before the Saint Tyracal's race could perfect this device, they had been wiped out by their opponents during the exploration era. If they had perfected this technology, the current 3 universal civilizations might have become the 4 universal civilizations, or even the only civilization. However, there were no ifs in the world. Most of the technology left behind by the Saint Tyracal's race has been inherited by the Radiant Federation. I wonder if they have this incomplete blueprint. Han Shao stroked his chin and pondered. The Space Constant Debugger was even more powerful than the World Tree's Lurbo Space Protection Belt. If the Radiant Federation had this technology, they would have used it back then. However, he could not rule out the possibility that they had not perfected it. After thinking for a while, Han Shao shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Regardless of whether the Radiant Federation had it or not, he had it. If not for the talent, Tyracal's mechanical legacy, he would not have had the chance to get his hands on it. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Han Shao was researching his new ability, his communicator suddenly rang. He received a message. It was an invitation from the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations. You're finally here. Han Shao glanced at it and was not surprised. He had opened up a new level of individual strength, so the 3 universal civilizations would definitely not be able to sit still. They would talk to him sooner or later, but they did not come looking for him immediately after he advanced. They probably heard from Wernos that he wanted to familiarize himself with his strength, so they specially waited a day and did not dare to disturb him. After replying to the message, Han Shao turned on the remote projection. His vision changed, and he arrived at the joint conference room of the 3 universal civilizations. He saw the 3 of them sitting side by side. The 3 of them sized up Han Shao carefully. Their faces were expressionless, and no one knew what they were thinking. Cough, Blackstar, I heard that you broke through the upper limit of the Beyond Grade A and entered a new level of strength. Congratulations on breaking the record. The corners of Marbruce's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile as he nodded. Han Shao did not mind and said humbly, "It's just luck." Is that so?" Marbruce was stunned, and his expression stiffened. "It seems like you have the least right to say that." Han Shao suddenly smiled at the ethereal Pope and said, "By the way, I haven't thanked you for your help. It's all thanks to you guys agreeing to lend me the ethereal national weapon. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to advance." The ethereal Pope's eyes twitched. Provocation, This is definitely a provocation. He regretted it the moment he thought of this. Han Xiao, mentioning it in front of him, was mocking him for making a losing deal. The ethereal Pope looked at Han Xiao's smile and felt extremely disgusted. He wanted to pick up the cup on the table and smash it on this guy's head. This time, Bruce and Lewis turned to look at him with strange gazes. It was as if they were blaming him for betraying the revolution. However, the two of them did not see the ethereal Pope's angry expression as they expected. The ethereal Pope took a deep breath and suddenly calmed down. He revealed an unfathomable smile and said righteously, "You're welcome. You've stepped into a higher level, and it's beneficial to the battle. Of course, we won't be stingy." Han Xiao raised his brows, and his heart skipped a beat. It seemed like Wernos had indeed reported it to the ethereal higher-ups. He should be eager to learn his method to advance. The ethereal Pope's performance this time was clearly because he thought that Wernos would be able to step into the transcendent God level very soon. So he felt that it was not a loss and was confident. "TSK, don't blame me then. You couldn't help it." Han Xiao pursed his lips. To be honest, when he invited Wernos to help him advance, he really did not intend to trick him. At least, the ethereal national weapon and the 5 elements were real advancement conditions. However, Han Xiao was not prepared to tell others about the secret of the Beyonders vestige for the time being. If Wernos was determined to advance, he could only sit back and watch. After all, Wernos did not seem to be planning to participate in the battle. Whether he lived or died did not matter to him. In any case, even if he died, he could still use the remaining heat in the form of the Beyonders vestige. Han Xiao did not mind at all. However, after satisfying 2 promotion conditions, it could at least increase the success rate of the promotion by 2/3. As long as Wernos' luck was not as bad as his, there would be no problem for him to advance. However, without the Beyonders vestige, he could only trigger a normal promotion. When he completed the promotion excitedly, he realized that his strength had not broken through the restrictions of his promotion. No one knew what expression he would have. Han Xiao calmed himself down and asked casually, "You're looking for me just to congratulate me? After all, this is a major event in history. We want to ask if you want to make it public to the Galactic Society?" Lewis nodded and asked, "There's no need for that. We're still at war. We're not sure if the World Tree will steal information on the internet in the future. It's enough for the upper echelons to know." Han Xiao shook his head. Seeing that the 3 of them had no objections, he suddenly turned to Bruce and said, "Speaking of which, I still need the dynasty's help with something." "What is it?" "I plan to send God into the underworld after a while and use him on the battlefield." This, Bruce hesitated. The dynasty had sealed God for so long mainly because they wanted to study his body after his soul was destroyed. Bruce did not want to agree to this request, and he did not want to see the underworld increase in experts. Seeing his hesitation, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. "As a deal, I can provide you with a very interesting piece of information." "What information?" "God's whereabouts." Han Xiao curled his lips. Bruce's pupils constricted. Although he had vaguely guessed that Black Star was the one behind God's disappearance, he could not help but feel shocked and angry when he heard him admit it personally. Thinking about how he had been played around by Black Star and caused a huge commotion, Bruce's face darkened. He suppressed his anger and shouted, "Who is it?" "So it's you." Han Xiao did not think much of it. He waved his hand and said, "Don't be angry. I have a reason for doing this. If you're willing to agree to this deal, I'll tell you the reason and give you God's whereabouts." Bruce clenched his fists and thought quickly. Black Star had only revealed his cards now, which was undoubtedly related to his recent promotion. There was only one reason for doing so, and that was that the strength of a transcendent was beyond imagination. He no longer needed to worry about the revenge of the advanced civilizations, which was why Black Star could reveal this secret as a bargaining chip without any hesitation. The strength of a transcendent was still a mystery. They only knew that it was higher than a beyond grade A, but other than Black Star, no one knew how strong it was. The unknown was the most terrifying. With Black Star's current confidence, It was obvious that the strength of a transcendent was not to be underestimated. In fact, he had chosen to reveal his cards at this time to establish his dominance. Thinking of this, Marbruce immediately felt a strong sense of fear. The current situation did not allow for internal strife, so he had no choice but to suppress the anger in his heart and think about Black Star's suggestion. After a while, he nodded expressionlessly and said coldly, "I can give you ES God. I can give you ES God, but we have to get God back. I only hope that your reason will satisfy us." "Don't worry, you'll definitely be satisfied." Han Xiao did not mind. He had chosen to reveal his cards at this time because he wanted to strike while the iron was hot. If he did not perform well and continued to maintain the original relationship, the three universal civilizations might feel that he did not have much confidence. It was time to take a step forward to pressure them and extract more benefits. At the same time, he would let the three universal civilizations see his unbridled attitude, which would make them even more fearful and yearn for his strength after his promotion. Of course, he had the confidence to do this. Firstly, the three universal civilizations could not do without the help of the association. Secondly, with his own strength, he no longer needed to be afraid of the three universal civilizations. Some of the crimes left behind in history could be brought to the surface because the three universal civilizations could no longer flip the table. Furthermore, it was not a good idea to keep God locked up. The matter had to be resolved eventually. He had to tell the dynasty the whole story. In the future, if Evans obtained the Esper ability to control energy, he would be able to use it openly. After glancing at the three of them one last time, Han Xiao did not say anything. He deactivated the remote projection and disappeared from the room. Only then did the three of them relax their tense bodies. They looked at each other with subtle expressions. They were testing him this time mainly to see if Black Star's attitude had changed after his promotion. Back then, when the Beyond Grades had just appeared, they had also had an impact on the structure of the universe. Although they did not know how big the leap in strength would be this time, it would definitely not be weak. Furthermore, Black Star was already recognized as the leader of the Beyond Grades. Now that he had broken through, the three of them had no choice but to reconsider how they should treat Black Star. Before the meeting, the three of them had already come to a consensus. It would be best to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. If Black Star's attitude did not change, they would treat Black Star the same way they treated him in the future. They might as well pretend that the promotion did not happen and not do anything else. However, Black Star's attitude made their plan fail. Seeing how fearless he was, the three of them felt even more depressed. Fear seeped into their bones. They knew that the scales of cooperation between the two sides were about to tilt toward the association again. However, with the enemy before them, they could not do without Black Star. The three of them did not dare to do anything anymore. They were completely at their wits' end. They could only feel helpless. 2 days later, at the Beyond Grade 8 Association, the venue was filled to the brim. All the association members had been summoned to participate in this impromptu regular meeting. Everyone's eyes were on Han Xiao, who was sitting on the main seat. Their eyes were filled with surprise, excitement, disbelief, and so on. Over the past few days, a rumor had spread among the upper echelons of the association, claiming that Black Star had already broken through the boundary of the Beyond Grade A realm and opened up a new level. At first, not many people believed it, but there was no smoke without fire. As more and more association members found out about it, many of them became skeptical. Han Xiao scanned everyone's faces, smiled, and said, I'm here today to announce an announcement. Today, I've gathered all of you here to announce something. From the looks of it, I'm sure you've heard about it. Hearing this, many people's eyes narrowed. Black Star, is that rumor true? Menacin frowned, somewhat in disbelief. Han Xiao looked at him, then at everyone's eager faces. He nodded and said with a firm tone, "That's right. I've already stepped into the domain above the Beyond Grade A realm. I'll name it the Transcendent Grade. From now on, the Beyond Grade A realm is no longer the limit of individual strength. Everyone, there's still a path ahead." As soon as he said that, Everyone was shocked. Everyone stared at Han Xiao in shock. For a moment, they were speechless. The room suddenly fell into a strange silence. Chapter 14:11. Looking at everyone's dumbfounded expressions, Han Xiaoxi knew that practice was the only way. He released his life-level pressure, and a condensed aura gushed out. The air in the room seemed to have turned into a sticky gel, making it difficult for people to move. A sense of oppression suddenly crashed into the hearts of the many beyond grade as everyone's expression changed, and they instinctively became nervous. Their nerves tensed up, and the cell furnace in their bodies crazily pumped energy, like wild cats that were about to explode in the face of an enemy. Right at this moment, the pressure disappeared like a receding tide, and the high-level pressure of a transcendent was retracted. Only then did everyone come back to their senses and could not sit still anymore. Black Star, how did you do it? Someone was shocked. Quick, tell us our breakthrough to the transcendent grade. Someone could not wait. I didn't expect a higher level to really exist. I thought that beyond grade was the limit of an individual's strength. Someone muttered. Most of the beyond grade, as were in an uproar. This was no different from the calamity grade students who had pestered Fu Ding when he advanced to the beyond grade A realm. They were all filled with eager desire. Facing the questions of the crowd, Han Xiao waved his hand and casually said, "The failure rate of advancement is very high. I was just lucky." Hearing this, Secret Master wisely chose to shut up and did not dare refute. To everyone, Black Star's advancement was too sudden, and it was difficult for them to digest this fact. Other than a few people who knew about it, most of the beyond grade as could not suppress the shock in their hearts. Generations of geniuses in history had not been able to break through the limit of individual strength. Many people even thought that beyond grade was the limit of individual strength. They did not expect Black Star to not only break through it, but also at such a young age. Although they knew that Black Star was the most accomplished super in history, whether he broke this publicly acknowledged limit or not was completely different. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Han Xiao was a glowing guide, a pioneer, and his image became taller once again. Manison wanted to say something, but stopped. Black Star had opened up a new level without revealing anything, which made him feel very complicated. Originally, although Black Star was strong, they were still at the same level. Although Manison was much more relaxed now, he still had some unwillingness to admit defeat in his heart. If there was a chance, he still wanted to catch up and compete. But now, the height of the two had been completely pulled apart, and a fundamental gap had appeared. Manison had seen how Black Star had caught up with him step by step, then left him far behind. Until now, he couldn't even see the others back. Even though he had a firm heart, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. At this moment, Kant spoke. Black Star, you don't have to be humble. If not for you, this boundary would probably still be an insurmountable obstacle in the eyes of the entire beyond grade as. His tone was filled with envy, but it was also filled with excitement. The other beyond grade as were similar. There were definitely some who were envious and jealous, and there were also quite a few who were jealous. However, most of them thought that there was someone to rely on. If it was an unfamiliar, neutral beyond grade who had reached a new level, they would definitely be extremely envious and would want nothing more than to replace him. However, if this pioneer was Black Star, they would be able to accept it and be happy. On one hand, Black Star's reputation among the beyond grade as had reached an unprecedented level. On the other hand, because of his identity as the leader of the association, he had obtained so many benefits for the beyond grade as. He had long been one of them in the eyes of everyone. Due to Black Star's methods and the temptation of the sanctums, the beyond grade as had formed a close community of interests. As a group, the stronger the leader, the more weight the beyond grade as would have in the universe. Furthermore, Black Star was the source of the sanctum revival. The stronger he was, the more secure the revival would be. Naturally, it was worth everyone's joy. In addition, Many beyond grade as believed that Black Star, as the leader of the association, would more or less impart some experience in breaking through. No matter how they thought about it, there was no harm in it. After understanding all these, most of the beyond grade as present became more and more excited. They looked at Han Xiao with even more admiration. Not only did Black Star bring about the Sanctum revival, but he also pointed out the direction of individual strength. Everyone felt that his position as the leader had never been as justified as it was now. Han Xiao glanced at everyone's excited, reverent, and admiring expressions, smiled, and said, "Everyone knows this well. Don't spread it around. By the way, the upper echelons of the three universal civilizations already know about it. Don't worry about them. As for the promotion method that everyone is concerned about, I also happen to succeed. I still need to familiarize myself with the power of the new grade. When I have a stable promotion idea, I'll share it. Forget it for now." Bayone's eyes lit up. "Will you tell all of us for free?" "Guess." Han Xiao glanced at him, as if he was looking at a lifetime member of the Peach Blossoms network. "I guess not." Bayone smiled awkwardly. "Then you're really smart." Han Xiao rolled his eyes. Hearing this, the beyond grade as present did not have any objections. The method to advance to the transcendent grade was so precious. If it were them, they would not easily publicize it. Kasui, who was at the side, felt that Wernos had already grasped the method to advance. It did not seem to be useful for the association to keep it a secret, but he would not jump out to object. With his current trust in Han Xiao, he felt that Han Xiao's every move had a deeper meaning. This time, Biger could not help but ask, "I wonder if we can see the power of the transcendent grade." Before he could finish, Han Xiao interrupted him and waved his hand. "The war isn't over yet. You'll see it sooner or later. I won't show it now." Hearing this, everyone could only nod. Han Xiao looked around. Seeing that someone was about to speak, he immediately said, "Everyone, today is just to announce this matter and let everyone understand the situation. The regular meeting will end here. Everyone, you can leave. I still have some things to arrange." Everyone was stunned. Originally, they still had a lot of questions to ask, but seeing that Han Xiao did not seem to want to answer, they could only swallow these questions back into their stomachs. The beyond grade as stood up and bade farewell, walking out of the conference room with excitement that had yet to dissipate. Now that both sides were no longer supers of the same level, they subconsciously became more obedient to Han Xiao's orders, and their mentality vaguely changed. Han Xiao watched as the beyond grade as left one by one, but there were still some who did not leave. Hela and the other army officers surrounded him, shocked. They hadn't received any concrete information beforehand, so they were just as surprised as the others when they suddenly found out. "Come, let's go for a few rounds and let me experience a higher level of strength." Hela went straight to the point, full of fighting spirit. "Move aside. I'm not in the mood to torture you today." Han Xiao angrily pressed her face and pushed her to the side. Fuding turned a blind eye to this and sincerely congratulated, "Congratulations." After saying that, he could not help but sigh. He had thought that after advancing to the beyond grade A realm, he had caught up to Black Star's footsteps slightly, but a moment of carelessness had widened the gap again. Han Xiao smiled and nodded, not saying anything, only patting his shoulder. This time, Ames came up and smiled. "What do you plan to do next?" "Plan? Just like before, continue to prepare for war." Han Xiao replied. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "However, in terms of private matters, I want to have children." Ames raised her brows. "With who? Are you willing?" Ames hesitated for a moment and shook her head. "Then I'll have to think of another way." Han Xiao spread his hands and said regretfully, "What are you going to do?" Hearing this, Ames narrowed her eyes. "I'm going to see if I can use my cells to breed some test tube babies through genetic modification." Han Xiao turned to look at the dumbfounded Aurora and said, "Also, using my blood to fuse with her life energy, I should be able to mass-produce children." "Up to you then." Ames regained her composure and shook her head with a smile. "Your idea of reproduction is really like a mechanic." "What do you mean by like?" "I'm a mechanic." Han Xiao did not mind. Industrialization is the way to go. War was imminent, and there was definitely not enough time to breed one by one. He needed a batch of high-quality supers who had inherited the talents of his race. There was no point in having too few of them. In order to obtain a large enough inherited race, the normal method was to turn into a breeding pig and mate crazily with the mutants of the native race. Basically, only males could do that. However, Han Xiao was not interested in that and decided to mass-produce his offspring using the mechanic method. He did not need to capture the females of other races like beast ancestor. He could reproduce asexually and be self-sufficient. Although the descendants cultivated this way were more standardized, it was worth a try. After all, he had such a good racial talent, but didn't expand it. In his opinion, it was a waste of resources. Anyway, he didn't lack money or people. Raising a race was a piece of cake. Han Xiao did not mention this matter anymore. He turned to look at Hela and said, "Don't return to the Soul Terminal for the time being. I have something for you to do." "What is it?" Hela was curious. "Get rid of ES God," Han Xiao said concisely. Hela's eyes flashed, and she immediately understood what he meant. She narrowed her eyes and said, "ES God is quite a powerful combatant. If he enters the underworld, he should immediately become the strongest among the heroic spirits. Furthermore, without the restrictions of the genetic chain, he will probably be even stronger than when he was alive." "That's it." Han Xiao nodded. He had never underestimated ES God. Even among the peak beyond grade, as the complete ES God was still an extremely strong member. What Han Xiao valued the most was the Esper ability in ES God's body. Esper silence. This was the nemesis of almost all Espers. Back then, he had relied on this character summon card to make ES God fail miserably. Now that the flames of war were burning in the world tree, this trump card should not be buried. He felt that it was time for this trump card to see the light of day again. Fu Ding blinked and said in confusion, "Strange, the dynasty shouldn't be happy to see the underworld continue to grow. Why would they agree to this request?" Han Xiao smiled and spread his hands. "That's because I gave him a reason they couldn't refuse." DDD. At this moment, the communicator suddenly rang. Han Xiao paused and took out the communicator to take a look. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The few of them had been paying attention to his expression and could not help but lean in to see the content. "What happened? Why are you so happy?" Aurora was curious. Han Xiao put away the communicator and laughed in a good mood. "Things have changed for the better these few days. I didn't expect to have a new deputy army commander in the army." Everyone was energized. Hardaway, Jaina or Lagi, Fooding guest. None of them. Han Xiao smiled and shook his head. "This guy is called Evans. Let's go and meet him." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked at each other. Evans? Among the beyond grade Acids who joined later, there did not seem to be such a person. They did not know him. Could it be that he was secretly nurtured by the army commander? On the other side, on a desolate planet in the Black Star Corps' territory, streams of light flashed, and Han Xiao, Fu Ding, and the others arrived outside the atmosphere. They immediately discovered the source of the energy fluctuations on the planet. It was the final transformation process of a calamity grade, becoming a beyond grade A. They had all experienced this before, so they were naturally very familiar with it. Han Xiao adjusted his vision, and his gaze penetrated the vortex-like energy. He clearly saw Evans in the center and could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. First, Fu Ding became a beyond grade A, and Evans followed closely behind. Evans had not been a super for as long as Fu Ding, which meant that he had used a shorter time to become a beyond grade A, and his talent was more outstanding. The second-generation ES God nurturing plan that had been set decades ago was more than half successful, and only the last step was left. I originally wanted to deal with God after some time, but since Evans has already become a beyond grade, it's just nice to deal with him together with ES God. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Ancient Star Desert, Holy Covenant. What? Black Star has opened up a new level of strength. Oathkeeper was stunned. As an important partner, he was naturally not an outsider. With Han Zhao's approval, Biger had already sent the news to Holy Covenant. Hearing this, compared to the shock and excitement of the Holy Covenant beyond grade, as Oathkeeper's vision darkened. *T. I've completely become someone else's underling. There's no hope for me to make a comeback. Chapter 14:12. Han Shao and the others waited for a while before the energy storm in front of them gradually subsided. Evan's talent was too outstanding. The advancement process was smooth, and he successfully advanced to the beyond grade A realm. The abundant energy in his body overflowed from his eyes, and his eyeballs were like two small suns that slowly extinguished under his deliberate control. He exhaled a long breath. The sudden increase in power caused the air he exhaled to be like a shock wave, blowing up a hurricane on the ground. The ground that had been corroded into a ring-shaped crater by the energy was even more shattered in a fine powder. After all, he was only advancing to the beyond grade A realm. The power released by Evans when he advanced was not enough to blow up a planet. Only the surrounding area suffered. The ground looked like it had been dug back and forth by dogs 17 or 18 times. Before he could familiarize himself with his strength, Evans noticed Han Shao and the others outside the atmosphere and was slightly stunned. Before he could go up to them, Han Shao landed in front of him with Hela and the others with a gratified smile. Well done. I knew you could easily reach this level. Your promotion time is also earlier than I expected. This is all thanks to your nurturing. I originally planned to inform you after my promotion and give you a surprise. I didn't expect you to come personally. But then again, nothing in the army can be hidden from you. Evans nodded. His attitude was still humble, and his mentality was not affected by the sudden increase in strength. Han Shao squeezed his shoulder to show his appreciation. Then, he turned around and saw Fu Ding and the others looking at Evans curiously. He could not help but smile and say, "Come, let's introduce ourselves. Come, let me introduce you. This is Evans, a potential stock that I've secretly nurtured for decades. As for the others, I don't need to introduce them. You should know Evans. They're all veterans in the army and my good friends. Hello." Upon hearing this, Evans nodded at the crowd and bowed slightly. His tone was very polite. Aim smiled and nodded. Hela nodded coldly. Fu Ding and Aurora both responded politely. Don't underestimate this guy. Han Shao pressed on Evans' shoulder and said with a smile, a few decades ago, he was just an ordinary person. The time he took to become a beyond grade A super from scratch is almost catching up to my record. His talent should be ranked second among the calamity grade officers of the army. So powerful? Aurora was a little surprised. She asked curiously, then who is the first? I'm not telling you. You'll know when he becomes a beyond grade A anyway. Han Shao scratched Aurora's nose and smiled. He was naturally referring to Carrot. If he had the right guidance from the start, Carrot might have advanced to the beyond grade A realm faster than Evans. However, before he received his guidance, he had wasted a long time in the dynasty, so he did not have the chance to break his own record. Aurora curled her lips. Clearly, she was not satisfied with Han Zhao's secrecy. However, she could not do anything about it. She looked at Evans, blinked, and said, Brother, what kind of Esper are you? Hearing this, Hela and the others also stared at Evans. They were all very curious. What kind of ability was worthy of Black Star's attention and even secretly nurturing him for decades? Facing the gazes of the upper echelons of the army, Evans was not nervous at all. He slowly said, My ability is to absorb the Esper abilities of others for my own use. Oh, so it's absorption? Aurora subconsciously said half a sentence before she suddenly froze. Her eyes were filled with shock. Hela and the others were shocked. Their eyes suddenly became strange as they sized Evans up. After a few seconds of silence, Ames said in an uncertain tone, I'm not sure. Black Star, if I didn't understand wrongly, his ability is similar to ES Gods? Not similar. Han Shao chuckled. It's exactly the same. Hearing this, the expressions of the group changed slightly, and they quietly moved a few steps away, not hiding their fear. At the same time, they looked at Evans and Blackstar with even more strange gazes. They finally understood something. This guy's ability is exactly the same as ES God's. Could he be ES God's illegitimate son? Then, where did Blackstar find this guy? No wonder he had to nurture him in secret. If others knew that the Blackstar Corps was nurturing a new ES God, it might cause a huge backlash. The army commander is still as daring as ever. Everyone quickly filled in the gaps. Seeing the expressions of Hela and the others, Han Xiao knew what they were thinking. He shook his head and said, "Don't worry. Evans is different from ES God. He's a good guy. He won't casually absorb the Esper abilities of others." Hee. Aurora's lips twitched, and she laughed stiffly. Hela was not moved, and her face was still serious. In a sense, Evans was the nemesis of all Espers. Although the Esper abilities of the two sisters were very powerful, there were still things that could be taken away by the other party. The meaning of this guy's existence was greater than his own combat strength. He was completely a trump card. Evans did not mind everyone's fear. He had long accepted the fate brought by this Esper ability and pretended not to see their vigilance. He turned to Han Xiao, pulled out a smile that he was not used to, and said, "Your Excellency Blackstar, I haven't congratulated you on stepping into a new level. This news stimulated me and helped me take the last step. That's why I completed the final transformation recently." "Is that so? Looks like you owe me another favor." Han Xiao laughed. After he advanced to the transcendent grade, he had asked Philip to privately tell Carrot and Evans about the two golden leaks. Firstly, it was to stimulate them to work hard. Secondly, although the two of them were loyal enough, they still had to continue to consolidate. Displaying their new strength was naturally a good way. Only the two of them received such treatment. After all, they could not participate in the Beyond Grade A meetings. If he did not specifically inform them, they would not have known. "You're already a Beyond Grade A super. Do you have any plans?" Han Xiao asked as usual. "You don't have to ask me. I've already expressed my stance back then. I'll stay in the army to repay your kindness. This is my only choice." Evans did not hesitate. Hearing this, Han Xiao revealed a mysterious smile and nodded. "Not bad. Speaking of which, the time of your advancement is quite coincidental. I said that I would give you a gift when you become a Beyond Grade A. I'll give it to you now. I'm looking forward to it." Evan's tone was calm. Han Xiao snapped his fingers, and a large number of mechanical soldiers surged out and placed a space-time amber on the field. Everyone looked over and saw a coffin-like mechanical closure device sealed in the space-time amber. They did not know who was locked inside. Sweeping his gaze across everyone's curious faces, Han Xiao's lips curled up slightly. He opened the amber, and the mechanical closure device fell to the ground with a bang. Then, it quickly disintegrated, turning into small, snake-like mechanical particles that swam back to Han Xiao's body. The person locked inside also revealed his identity and fell to the ground with a plop. He was still heavily injured when he was sealed. With just a glance, the expressions of Hela, Ames, Fu Ding, and Aurora changed. "This is God. Why is he in your hands?" For a moment, the few of them were dumbfounded. Back then, God's disappearance had caused the dynasty to be furious, and the universe was in an uproar. Blackstar had even been invited to solve the case and become a detective. The few of them had always thought that this matter had nothing to do with Han Xiao. Now, it seemed like Blackstar had been a thief pretending to be a thief back then. Everyone looked at Han Xiao with even more shock. Just how many things had this guy done behind the scenes? He really was a schemer. "Don't look at me like that. I have a reason for doing this. This kid has a lot of secrets." Han Xiao clicked his tongue, pointed at the dying god, and said, "He's not a pure, direct descendant of the dynasty. In fact, he's the main consciousness that ES God split off. He's always wanted to communicate with the world tree, so I killed him. Don't think that I'm deliberately suppressing the dynasty's potential direct descendant." Keep making things up." Aurora rolled her eyes, not believing a single word. Han Xiao glared at her and could not be bothered with her. He released a cluster of mechanical force from his palm and turned it into a lightning chain that bound God's limbs, holding him in midair with his arms and legs spread out. He chuckled and asked, "Yes, God, how does it feel to see the light of day again?" "Ha ha, I don't know what you're talking about." God panted heavily. He was still in a state of exhaustion. After being locked up for decades, he stubbornly guarded his thoughts and forced himself to remember the conversation between him and Han Shao before he was sealed. Although he did not know why he was released, he remained cautious and did not want to expose himself. Furthermore, he sensed that everyone around him was a beyond grade A, and only Evans was a stranger. Also, he had seen the information of Hela, Ames, and the others before, so he could not take the risk. Han Shao did not mind and shook his head. Hee, I know you're still hoping for the dynasty to save you, but it's been decades since you were captured. Times have changed. Now that the world tree is invading, the three universal civilizations have reached an agreement with us to fight against the foreign enemies together. Not to mention that you have ulterior motives. Even if you're a pure direct descendant, the dynasty won't fall out with us. God's pupils constricted. It's only been a few decades, and the world tree is already here? What happened to me all these years when I was sealed away? God's thoughts raced as he gritted his teeth. Currently, only the dynasty could save him. He would not give up his disguise just because of a few words. Even if he was shocked, he had to force himself to pretend that he did not know anything about the world tree. However, when he connected the dots, God had a flash of inspiration. He suddenly misunderstood why Black Star had unsealed him. Right, Black Star knows that I have some information about the world tree, and now that the war has broken out, maybe he wants to ask for my help? Now that he's trying to force me to admit my identity as God, is he trying to find a reason to convince the dynasty for his actions back then? It was a pity that he did not know if his main body had been released. Logically speaking, the first thing Black Star tried to unseal should be the main body of God. God's eyes flickered. The effect of Esper ability rebirth was a complete split. God inherited the main consciousness, and the current God's main body was a new personality formed from the fusion of the remnant's soul and memories. They were already two independent individuals, and the soul connection between the two had long been cut off. Therefore, God had no idea what was going on with God's main body. I still don't understand. What world tree? I don't know what it is at all. Don't even think about getting information out of me. God felt that he had guessed Han Zhao's intentions correctly. He felt that his safety as a world tree insider was at least guaranteed, and he immediately felt more confident. He did not intend to admit his identity with just a few words and continued to pretend. Han Shao glanced at him and vaguely guessed that this guy had misunderstood. He could not help but shake his head and laugh. I think you've misunderstood something. I don't need the information on the world tree that you have. The main reason I unsealed you this time is that I don't want to waste your ability. Oh, is he trying to recruit me? God's heart skipped a beat. It doesn't seem impossible. It wasn't easy for me to synthesize energy control. It's a super high-risk Esper ability with unlimited potential no matter where it is. The chances of Black Star taking a fancy to my ability are quite high. God could not help but feel conflicted. If Black Star really wants to recruit me, should I agree or reject him? Just as he was hesitating, Han Shao gestured for Evans to come forward and smiled. He's my gift to you. I see. I understand. Evans exhaled and placed his hand on God's chest. God was stunned. He looked at the person in front of him in confusion. He did not know what Han Shao was up to. What do you want? Sorry. Before God could continue asking, a strange suction force suddenly came from Evans' hand. He could clearly feel that his Esper ability genes were being stripped away quickly. What? God's expression changed drastically. He was all too familiar with this situation. It was the same situation when Esper ability, copy, was activated. The only difference was that he used to be the one who stole someone else's Esper ability, but now he was the one being stolen. Why do you have this ability? God could no longer maintain his calm. He was shocked. Seeing this, Han Shao chuckled and said with a teasing tone, "Yes, God, don't tell me you think you're the only one in the entire universe who has this ability. The world is very vast. In order to prevent him from making the same mistake as you, I've nurtured him for decades. Now that he's a beyond grade A, he's qualified to take away the ability you made with countless evil deeds. How is it? Are you surprised? No, this is impossible." God felt his Esper ability disappearing quickly. His eyes turned red, and his mind exploded. He could be sealed, he could be killed, but he could not accept the dream Esper ability that he had spent countless years to create becoming someone else's. God did not want to wait for death. He struggled with all his might, but he could not move at all under Han Zhao's restraint. Furthermore, he was heavily injured to begin with, so he could not stop his Esper ability from being absorbed by Evans, who was at the same level as him. As his cells withered one after another, God's struggle became weaker and weaker. He did not even have the strength to speak. He could only watch himself weaken step by step and gradually lose his perception of his Esper ability. All that was left was his eyes filled with extreme hatred. He stared at Evans in front of him as if he wanted to carve his image into his heart. Evans was not moved at all. After absorbing for a while, he suddenly raised his hand and finally turned the energy control into his own. This also meant that God had completely lost this ability. God's body shook, and his aura weakened rapidly. He opened his mouth and looked at the two of them weakly. His eyes were empty and dim. His plan, his ambition, everything was destroyed by Black Star. At this moment, God had nothing left to live for. It was as if he had become a walking corpse that had lost all his dreams. Han Zhao looked at him indifferently, unrestrained, and allowed him to fall to the ground. He casually said, "Don't blame me. This is your retribution. You asked for it. You once took away the abilities of so many people. Today, I'll let you have a taste of having your Esper ability taken away." God lay on the ground without moving. He looked at the sky blankly and murmured, "Black Star, just kill me. That's too easy for you. You're still useful. The dynasty still needs you as a bargaining chip." Han Zhao waved his hand, and mechanical particles shot out, turning into the imprisonment device again. God completely lost his ability to resist and was immediately imprisoned. After doing all this, he turned to look at Evans. This guy closed his eyes slightly, familiarizing himself with his new Esper ability. Seeing this, Han Zhao smiled and said, "How do you feel? What do you think? Are you satisfied with this gift?" As soon as he said that, Evans slowly opened his eyes and clenched his fists. A ball of flame appeared out of thin air, constantly changing its energy form. Lightning, storm, nuclear energy, dark energy, and so on flashed past. In the end, it turned into a dazzling psionic energy ball and was thrown out by him. The blue beam of light went deep into the ground. The group felt the ground rise rapidly, and the ground cracked. The light of lava shone from the cracks, becoming more and more dazzling. Boom! The psionic energy that went deep into the planet's core suddenly exploded. Beams of light penetrated the planet's crust from the inside out, turning the entire planet into a sieve. The next moment, the planet expanded and exploded into pieces. Han Zhao and the others had already hidden in space before the planet exploded, watching a new asteroid belt form. Evans retracted his hand, turned around, and bowed deeply to Han Zhao with gratitude in his eyes. "Your Excellency Black Star, this gift is too valuable. I will definitely not let you down." He knew the value of this gift better than anyone else. With this Esper ability, as long as he could grow, he would be almost invincible among the beyond grade As. This was a gift from Black Star, and it was also his high hopes for him. Evans was extremely touched and wanted to sacrifice his life for Han Zhao on the spot. "Since you treat me like a hero, I will definitely repay you like a hero." Chapter 14:13. I don't need to say more about the potential of this Esper ability. With this ability alone, It's comparable to hundreds or even thousands of Esper abilities. Develop it carefully. Han Xiao smiled at Evans. Understood. Evans nodded and felt the burden on his shoulders become heavier. Hela and the others on the side secretly sighed at Evans' good luck. Not only was he talented, but he was also nurtured and protected by Black Star, so he did not have to grow like ES God. There would definitely be a place for him among the beyond grade, as in the future. His future was limitless. Everyone could not help but turn around to look at God, who was locked up, and pity flashed through their eyes. Regardless of whether this guy was related to ES God or not, just this alone was tragic enough. After advancing to the beyond grade A realm, he thought that he would be able to fly freely, but he was targeted by Black Star and had his abilities taken away. In the future, he could only watch others soar in the universe with his Esper ability and take away the achievements that should have belonged to him. They did not have a deep impression of God to begin with. Now that they thought of him, they almost used the word tragic to replace his facial features. What do you plan to do with him? Are you going to leave him to the dynasty? Hela suddenly frowned. I'll hand him over to the dynasty and explain his background. The dynasty will deal with the rest. Han Xiao did not mind. Hela shook her head. I don't think it's appropriate. If the dynasty executes God, he might be able to regain his abilities through the Sanctum Revival. Since we've already become enemies, it's better to eliminate all future troubles. TSK, you're the one who's ruthless. Han Xiao raised his brows and waved his hands. With the Sanctum Revival mechanism, God will most likely be able to regain his abilities. However, the number of Sanctum Revivals is decided by me, so whether he can be revived or not is up to me. Even if the three universal civilizations master the revival method in the future, it won't be a big problem. We still don't know what the future will be like. If anything happens, we'll just send him to the underworld and have one more fighter. Thankfully, God was already locked up by the imprisonment device and could not hear anything from the outside world. Otherwise, he would be even more depressed. At this time, Han Xiao changed the topic and smiled at the crowd. All right, everyone knows each other now. After some time, I will promote him to the position of Deputy Army Commander and let him join the association. Isn't it a bit too early? Evans could not help but say, my ability is easily feared by others. Should I continue to hide my identity? You're already a beyond grade A, so it's time for you to make a name for yourself. Besides, you're going to participate in the battle, so it's useful to practice cooperating with others in advance. Han Xiao squeezed his shoulder and said, besides, with me here, you don't have to worry about arrows in the back. Other than external enemies, no one could do anything to you. All right, Evans nodded. Training in secret for decades was naturally very difficult. Furthermore, he had just advanced to the beyond grade A realm, so it was time for him to make a name for himself. Although he felt that continuing to hide his identity was the best choice from Black Star's perspective, he did not want to continue hiding. Knowing that he could finally make a name for himself, he was very happy. The others naturally did not have any objections, but they were thinking to themselves, with such a strong Esper ability joining the association, the strongest deputy army commander might be him in the future, and they would all have to step aside. Even Hela strongly suspected that when Evans grew up, she would not be able to beat him. No, if this continues, I won't be able to keep my position. Hela was alarmed, and an encouraging mentality exploded in her chest. It was one thing to be below Black Star in the army, but she was not willing to see someone else stand above her. If not for Black Star looking for her, she would have returned to the Soul Terminal and gone into seclusion for 8 to 10 years. Central Galaxy, at the border of the Arcane Church. A huge official fleet was stationed at the border outpost, welcoming a spaceship with the Black Star Corps logo as it slowly entered. The spaceship docked at the dock, and Han Xiao walked down with Hela and Evans. He saw Wernos waiting with an ethereal high-ranking official beside him. I didn't expect you to be the one to pick me up. Do I have to trouble you with such a small matter? Han Xiao raised his brows. After all, the 10,000 deity scepter is a weapon Ethereal gave me. Since it's going to be unsealed, I naturally have to be present. Wernos nodded slowly. Han Xiao glanced at him, chuckled, and joked, Stop talking nonsense. I think Ethereal is obviously worried that I'll do something, so they called you over. How sad. I said that I'll fulfill the deal, so I'll definitely return the 10,000 deity scepter to you. Are you that worried about my credibility? Wernos rolled his eyes and could not be bothered to reply. A few days ago, you just revealed God's matter. How can we be at ease? Besides, your credibility has always been uncertain. Who in the entire universe doesn't know that your temperament is unpredictable? You're sometimes good and sometimes bad. Before the matter is confirmed, who would dare to completely believe you? You're really shameless. Xiao Luo thought. Wernos cursed in his heart and waved his hand, asking the ethereal soldiers to carry a piece of space-time amber over. It was the piece that sealed the 10,000 deity scepter. Your Excellency Blackstar, please. The ethereal official coughed and raised his hand, making an inviting gesture. Han Xiao glanced at him and did not say anything. He took out the space-time amber's main body and poked it lightly. The next moment, the space-time amber that the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church had been studying for many years but could not break burst like a bubble. The 10,000 deity scepter that was fixed in midair immediately fell. Before it landed, Wernos grabbed it and quickly checked it. After confirming that there was no problem, he nodded at the ethereal official. Seeing this, the ethereal official's tense body relaxed. He exhaled and smiled. Thank you, Your Excellency Blackstar. What are you thanking me for? It's just a deal. Han Xiao did not mind and teased. Why don't you check it a little longer? Don't forget that I'm the only transcendent now. Maybe I did something, and you won't be able to find out for a while. Cough. You really know how to joke. The ethereal official's expression froze. Although he said that, he was not sure. He secretly gave Wernos a look. The corner of Wernos' eyes twitched, and he could only lower his head to check carefully. There's no rush. Take your time. We have plenty of time. If you suspect something, you have to suspect it to the end. Han Xiao chuckled. You're exaggerating. The ethereal official smiled embarrassedly. After more than 10 seconds, Wernos raised his head again and glared at the ethereal official. No problem. That's good. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Han Xiao nodded and brought the two of them onto the ship. They took off and rushed to the Red Empire. This trip was only on the way to unseal the 10,000 deity scepter. Watching the spaceship leave, the ethereal official heaved a sigh of relief. He took the 10,000 deity scepter from Wernos and solemnly placed it in a special container. He asked the soldiers to bring it to the main ship to store it and wait to be transported back to the mother planet. This thing was Wernos' weapon in name, but it actually belonged to Ethereal. After nearly 100 years, the 10,000 deity scepter is finally back in our hands. The ethereal official sighed, but he realized that he was not as excited as he had imagined. The 10,000 deity scepter was a trump card that targeted individual strength. In the past, it would indeed make people tremble in fear. However, the times had completely changed. Beyond grade as had the benefits of the Sanctum revival, the effect of this thing was greatly weakened. In addition, Blackstar had also opened up a new level of strength. The lethality of the 10,000 deity scepter was probably not a threat to this guy at all. Furthermore, he had the space-time amber, a defensive treasure. The situation was so grim that it was impossible to be happy. The ethereal official had a complicated expression. He turned to look at Wernos and sighed. You must succeed in your advancement. In terms of individual strength, Ethereal will rely on you to compete with Blackstar in the future. Don't worry, I won't fail again this time. Wernos nodded lightly and replied casually, but his mind was not on this. Instead, he was recalling Evans, who was beside Han Xiao just now. He could also sense the aura of a beyond grade A from this unfamiliar guy, and he even vaguely felt that this guy was not simple. Strange. When did Blackstar have this unfamiliar beyond grade A beside him? He seems to be his subordinate in a secret military base of the Red Empire. This was the prison where the dynasty imprisoned ES God. At this time, a group of dynasty fleets was gathered here, and the commander leading the team was Han Zhao's old acquaintance, Tenny Aminos. The frontline harassment battle did not need to be fought, and they only needed to bombard the World Tree Army. Therefore, most of the upper echelons did not have any missions and were all transferred back to study in the special military training course opened by the three universal civilizations. The course they studied was based on the tactical habits of the World Tree civilization in the past 1 or 2 years of war. This kind of thing was constantly summarized as their understanding of the World Tree deepened, so as to continuously strengthen the tactical ability of the upper echelons against the World Tree. Today was the day to fulfill the deal and let Black Star deal with God. Therefore, Tenny, who happened to be free, was pulled over to be in charge of commanding the defense fleet to prevent any accidents. I really didn't expect Black Star to create a new level of strength in the blink of an eye. In the command room of the main ship, Tenny browsed through the intelligence over the past few days and could not help but exclaim softly. His thoughts drifted far away, and he thought of the first time he met Black Star. Back then, Black Star had just stepped into the beyond Grade A realm, and he was only a colonel in the dynasty. They had a good chat, and he had even asked Black Star for advice. When they parted, Black Star had even given him a mechanical weapon. At that time, he did not expect that a new beyond Grade A who had joined the dynasty as usual would become such a big shot in less than 100 years. He was not only a huge threat to the three universal civilizations, but also their backer in the war against the outside world. In the beginning, the two of them would still occasionally send messages. As their statuses grew higher, everyone became very busy, and their contact gradually decreased. Although he had become an important upper echelon of the dynasty's military and had been promoted countless times, almost reaching the top of the dynasty system, his status was still worlds apart from Black Star's. Tenny shook his head and fell in a deep thought. Strength beyond the beyond Grade A realm. I wonder how many troops are needed to kill a transcendent. Using the army to kill an individual had always been an important course for the officials of the dynasty. Although a large fleet could kill a beyond Grade A, efficiency and success rate were also important. After all, an individual's strength was very flexible. Only by using reasonable targeted tactics could one efficiently kill an individual with the lowest price. Tenny had been studying these tactics over the years. With the beyond Grade as imaginary enemies, he had formulated many targeted tactics according to their different abilities to perfect the dynasty's tactical inventory. Deducing such tactics had almost become his instinct. Even the direct descendants of the dynasty were his simulated opponents. This was a matter of standpoint and professional ability, not personal grudges. Therefore, although the two of them were friends, other than admiration, the first thing Tenny thought about was how to kill Black Star. Business was business. It's a pity that I don't have enough information to carry out a new simulation. However, this guy has advanced and is only stronger than before. The success rate is probably still 0. After thinking for a while, Tenny helplessly gave up on the deduction. He had treated Black Star as an imaginary enemy more than once. Even before Han Zhao advanced, his thousands of simulations had all ended in failure. Black Star was one of the few imaginary enemies of all the Beyond Grade, as who had a 0 chance of killing him. It had to be known that even someone as difficult to deal with as Manison and Kasui had a 1 in 10,000 chance of killing them. I hope I can gather enough information this time. Tenny shook his head. Other than preventing accidents, he also had the mission of gathering information on Black Star. Since Black Star wanted to kill God, he would definitely have to make a move. It was a good opportunity to observe the strength of a transcendent. Just as he was thinking, the reconnaissance outpost sent news. The fleet that went out to welcome them had already brought Han Zhao and the others in. He looked up. At the edge of the military base, a few dynasty battleships were leading the way. Behind them was a Black Star Corps spaceship. The radar showed that there were 3 high-energy grade, powerful individuals inside. Very soon, the spaceship entered the main ship. Han Zhao brought Hela and Evans to the command room. "Hello, Your Excellency Black Star. We meet again." Tenny took the initiative to step forward and extended his hand. "We're old acquaintances. There's no need to be so polite." Han Shao did not put on airs and shook his hand with a smile. We've already opened God's prison. You can unseal him at any time. Tenny nodded and glanced at the two people beside him. A look of doubt flashed across his eyes. Black Star's goal this time was to send God into the underworld, so he could understand why he had specially brought Hela along. However, who was this unfamiliar beyond grade A? Sensing Tenny's gaze, Han Shao got Evans to come over and introduced. This is Evans, the new Deputy Army Commander of the Black Star Corps. He's a beyond grade A Esper with a bright future and has been training in the Army for many years. With that, Evans nodded politely in greeting. Tenny also returned the greeting, but he was surprised. Why had he never seen this person's information before? It was as if he had popped out of thin air. He should have left some records when he was a calamity grade. Could it be that this guy had never been active in the outside world and had been secretly groomed by the Army to become a beyond grade A? Tenny was secretly shocked. He felt that the hidden strength of the Black Star Corps was deeper than he had imagined. However, he did not forget the goal of this transaction. He probed, "Your Excellency Black Star, it said that you will use God to exchange for God's life. Are you ready?" "Don't worry, I've brought him here." Han Shao raised his finger, and a few mechanical assistants carried a confinement device into the room and placed it at the side. With a move of his energy, the confinement device immediately turned into mechanical particles and was put away by him. God, who was inside, immediately fell to the ground. Hela took a few steps forward expressionlessly, grabbed God by the back of his collar, and lifted him up, revealing a lifeless expression. "Your Excellency God." Tenny's expression changed, and he hurriedly went forward to observe. However, Evans was one step ahead. He reached out to stop him and slowly said, "The transaction hasn't been completed. I can't give you the person yet." Hearing that, Tenny had no choice but to stop. Looking at God's extremely weak appearance, as if he had been abused a lot, he could not help but be furious. He said in a deep voice, "Black Star, don't forget that the dynasty is still waiting for your explanation after the transaction is completed." Back then, the dynasty was played in circles, and they even made Black Star the leader of the task force to find the real culprit. It was a complete farce. Black Star might be laughing at them behind their backs. At this thought, Tenny could not help but feel angry that his country was humiliated, and his tone became impolite. Hearing that, Han Shao smiled and ignored him. Instead, he walked to God and covered him with his shadow. "This is the Red Empire? What are you planning to do by bringing me here?" God's wooden eyes turned slightly, and he suddenly regained some spirit. "To return you to the dynasty, of course." Hearing that, God was stunned and subconsciously overjoyed. However, he suddenly reacted, and his mood fell again. If this was in the past, he would have been happy, but now that his abilities have been taken away, what could he do even if he returned to the dynasty? First, he took away his hope, and now he was giving him another meaningless hope. God only felt that Black Star was toying with him and killing him. "Do you think you can fool the dynasty by giving me a random identity? I'm a pure direct descendant of the dynasty. What you did to me will always be a stain on your record. You'll pay the price sooner or later." God pulled himself together and pretended to be furious. He was furious. In his mind, Han Shao sent him back to the dynasty to force him to admit God's identity and clear his name of attacking a direct descendant of the dynasty. He would definitely not let him do as he wished. However, Han Shao did not mind. "I know you won't admit it. It doesn't matter. I didn't bring you here for you to explain anything. I mainly want you to see how I'm going to kill your original body." As soon as he said that, there was a commotion outside the window. A huge base prison opened up layer by layer, revealing God locked in amber. God looked over subconsciously, and his heart tightened. "Not only did you take away my Esper ability, but you're also going to ravage my original body in front of me? F***CKU, do you have to do this? I beg you. Can't you just kill me directly? You even said that I'm a villain. You're clearly more of a villain than I am." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.